reasons I voted for you. You have experience both at a state level and here in our city. And I voted for you when I stepped into that booth with all confidence that you would represent me and my neighbors on a night like tonight. So please do the right thing tonight.
Thank you, Susan. Paul Lujan, followed by Dolores Aguilar.
Thank you. My name is Paul Lujan, and I too love Santa Ana. I was born and raised in Santa Ana and now live in Park Santiago for 6 years. People in Santa Ana are the greatest. No matter what we believe in, where we work, what school we go to, Angels or Dodgers, we are glad to call Santa Ana our home. I come to today to tell the city government that the latest polls are saying 500 apartments will not be built on Main Street, and 500 more cars will not come into our neighborhood. Oops, I'm sorry, I just watch a lot of CNN news. But seriously, there is a written history in Santa Ana. 35 years ago, a young man fought the city hall for his father's business that he built with his own hands. And it was probably right here in the same chambers that he fought the city of Santa Ana. "You will not take my father's building," he said, and the city listened. So yes, 500 apartments will not be built here, and the traffic will not be there, because this is the history of Santa Ana. So please, people, if you don't know what happened in this part of history, go to First and Main at this big shopping center and see a tiny car shop, very tiny car shop. It reminds me of New York, where a little two-story building is surrounded by a skyscraper. And if you don't know this young man, well, he's not young anymore. He's just as old.
I'm going to have to cut you off, Paul.
Ask around the chambers, and you'll know.
But now it is red. Now it really is red.
Please, City of Santa Ana, listen to the Park Santiago, and you will know. Make Park Santiago safe for our children.
Thank
Please.
you, Paul. Dolores Aguilar, followed by Lori Oliver.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Dolores Aguilar, and I live in the northeast part of Park Santiago. I've been there for 6 years. Looked all around Santa Ana and found this gem, what I call a gem. I grew up in LA County, so you don't find neighborhoods quite like this in LA County that are very historic in value, very much a community type. I know neighbors that are 6 blocks away, which back home, I didn't really know neighbors all that well. I do have a story to tell you though, so please bear with me. When I was 16 and first driving, I was fortunate enough to have this small 4-door red hatchback Chevy Chevette. If you know the model of that car, you know it's not very big. Anyway, one day my friends and I all agreed to go to McDonald's for lunch, which wasn't too far away, so we piled into the car and off we went. As soon as we left the school parking lot, a police officer pulled me over. He said, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" I said, "Probably because I have too many people in the car." He said, "Yes, you can't put people where there's no seats." What I didn't say is that at the beginning of the story was that we managed to fit 9 people into the car. A car that was meant for 5. The police officer was nice enough to let me off with a warning, and he said, only 5 are allowed in the car. If you can guarantee me that you won't do that again, I'll let you off this time without a ticket. I, of course, agreed, and he left. The moral to this story, which is true, it actually happened to me, and I've never done it again. You can't squeeze an oversized building into a small area. Put a building there that makes sense. That's all we're asking for. Listen to your planning commission, and we'll appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Oliver, followed by Denise Schwadorn, I believe.
Good evening. My name's Lori Oliver. I've grown up in Park Santiago and still live there. I want to speak in opposition of the proposed building. My street would be highly impacted by parking, I have no doubt. I also would like to say that currently you can't make a left turn onto Main Street at rush hour traffic, and this will only make the problem worse. Also, many who are in favor of the project have talked about progress, and I don't believe that any of us are opposed to progress, but it needs to be responsible progress. And some things are worth preserving, which I believe the 100-year-old palm trees on Edgewood that would be taken out to put in a driveway are worth preserving. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, Chaudorn, I believe, lives on Larchmont. Tracy Moots, Sylvia Livingston, Drew Colquitt, Art Pedrosa. Art, I know you're here. You've been there in the front of the line.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, my friends in the council, city staff, members of the public. I'm going to try to be in the Green Club. Let's see if I can make it. As you know, I live right down the street from this project, and for that reason, I was opposed to it when I first heard about it. Didn't make sense to me. But then the EIR came out, and I read it, and that's the document that you would read to find out if a project is too big or is too dense or doesn't have enough parking. That's not in this EIR. It's a good project, according to that EIR, with some tweaks which the developer has offered and made. And our own city planning agency has also seconded this project. Hey guys, I'm at the mic, not you. Settle down. The reality is, you're voting tonight, not just for today, but for tomorrow. We need the funding that this project will provide. I'm not all that concerned about the traffic and whatnot because trends are changing. I know I made several millennials, finally figured out what was causing them. The reality is there's a trend now in business to work from home. Even my company, I never thought this would happen. It allows me to work from home now. So I think the traffic concerns are really untrue. And there's ample parking provided in this project. Again, according to the EIR that I wonder if folks even read, it's a good project. Any city would be happy to welcome this project. And I urge you to consider that. I think a yes vote is the fiscally prudent thing to do. Thank you for your time. Have a good night. Am I in the
Thank
Green
you,
Club?
Art. All right. Let's keep it down. Let's keep it down. Michelle Ovalle, followed by Edmund Graces.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Valle. I'm a resident of Park Santiago, and I live on 25 Valencia. I'm the secretary of the neighborhood association. My husband spoke earlier. It's Michael Valle, and I'm against the development at 2525. Biggest thing is the bigger picture. So I grew up in Orange County. I grew up in Westminster, and my family had a shoe store on 4th Street, and that was about 25 years ago. And they worked really hard. I lived in a crowded house. I lived with 2 other families. And as a millennial, I understand that it's, that you have to work really hard. And I've done the best I could. And I saw Santa Ana, I saw Park Santiago when I was young. And I knew that I probably would never live in a neighborhood like that. And I continue to work hard. I continue to study, but I always knew that Santa Ana should be preserved. That shoe store is now gone. It's a fancy hot dog place, and that's okay. That's fine. Things have to move on. And I want things to look like that. I like 4th Street. I like the development. I think it looks great, but I want to keep Santa Ana beautiful, and we have a home. We're working really hard. I just came from work. I work 60 hours a week, and I do the best I can to keep things beautiful. I try to, drive safely, walk my dog, and I want more different nationalities to move there too. It's a great place, and it's changing, but we want to keep the quality. No matter what type of nationality is there, quality is what matters. So please remember that and try to keep that alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Edmund Graces, followed by Eric Scandaret. Come on down, and then after Eric, Anna Zhu, ZHU.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm a resident of the Morrison Park Neighborhood Association neighborhood, and I have talked with many people, and I've come to the conclusion that this is a project that is way too large for the site. I would just like to leave you with this one thought. Before you vote tonight, if you could just take a mental picture of your homes where you live, and then imagine that you have something like this coming within a few feet of your property. I think you'll make the right decision. I urge you to defeat this project.
Anna, followed by Daniel Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Anna Zhu. I have been a resident in Park Santiago since 2011, and I do not support the Addington development. I'm also here to dispel the myth that all residents who oppose this project are Caucasian and retired. I am a first-generation Chinese-American immigrant, and I'm also a millennial. Yes, I eat lots of avocado toast, and I have received a few participation trophies in my formative years. Millennials want what everyone else wants. We want a safe neighborhood to raise families and a patch of grass in the backyard for our dogs. Here at Park Santiago, we have a tight-knit community. Our quality of life is not for sale for the benefit of developers. I'm concerned that during a downturn economic cycle, mismanagement and high vacancy rate of a 480-unit apartment complex could contribute significantly to the decay of our community. And affecting the property value of our homes. We have already seen over the past year how the developers are taking care of the current building site, and they have allowed the place to fall into complete disrepair with very little care and respect for our community. They have proven to us that their presence in our community is a mistake. Please do not allow a bigger mistake to happen by approving this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel Smith, followed by Harris Feldman.
I too live in Park Santiago. I'll keep it short. I think you should defend this neighborhood. People try to whittle away at it. Caltrans expanded the 5. They wanted to put an off-ramp on Bush Street. People fought against it. You should fight against this development. There needs to be a buffer zone between the residents and the business corridor. Keep the zoning the way it is now. Vote no. And defend Park Santiago.
Thank you. You're another green light person, by the way. 2 now. And I think you're winning so far, Daniel. Here's Feldman.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council people. I'll make this short, and I'm going to not go over what everybody else has gone over. Here's my fear. If you guys approve this change of zoning, what's going to prevent other developers coming into Main Street, Broadway, where there are 2-story buildings, and all of a sudden you've got Wilshire Boulevard. I don't want that, and I am against this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Joey Jones, followed by Joshua Sherman. Come on down.
Hi, my name is Joey Jones, and I'll keep this brief for you. I live on Santa Clara Avenue in Park Santiago with my wife and our 4 small children. We are millennials who work very hard to be able to buy our house with our own money in Park Santiago, and we're part of a growing population of young families who are moving into Park Santiago. We chose to plant our roots here in Park Santiago because it's a neighborhood that offers a beautiful and historic feel that, frankly, I couldn't find anywhere else in Orange County. I'm against this project for several reasons. First and foremost, and I think the discussion should probably end here, is that the general plan, the planning commission, and the residents of this neighborhood who are most directly impacted have all said that this project is not for them and not for us. Secondly, I think it's way too dense for this location. Let's be clear, this location is not next to our neighborhood. It's not across the street from our neighborhood. It's in our neighborhood, surrounded 2 sides by houses and a 3rd side by a park. And finally, as I stated before, I live on Santa Clara, which happens to be a cut-through street in the neighborhood, and with 4 small children, I'm very concerned about the safety of it. Just 4 months ago, we had a car coming down Santa Clara, lose control, end up in our front yard. And it doesn't take too much imagination to know that a project of this side will only increase the traffic going through our neighborhood. And as I said before, we planted our roots here, we did our research, we worked very hard to invest our families into this neighborhood. And we did that with the understanding that this was zoned for business and not for a high-density residential area right next to the very lowest density residential area. And so we just ask that you support the Planning Commission and all of us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Sherman, come on down, then Carol Park.
Good evening, council members. I've lived in Park Santiago for 37 years. This is such a great neighborhood that when I had the opportunity to buy a house in Park Santiago 13 years ago, I did. I could have bought in other cities, but it's hard to find a neighborhood like this one. It is truly a unique neighborhood that has charm and character like no other. I'm against the proposed building at 2525 Main Street. It is too big, too dense for that location and for the neighborhood. I'm asking you to go along with the recommendation of the Planning Commission. They spent a few months looking over the EIR and concluded that it was not right for this location. The Commission is there to do the grunt work for you guys, so you don't have to read the 600-page document. Then give you a thought-filled recommendation after hearing all sides. They did that and voted no. please take their advice. Do not set a future precedent of 81 units per dwelling acre that other developers would then try to take advantage of or even raise the density higher. This is already too dense. We don't need more luxury apartments in this area. For any of the past speakers who have said they want to or need to live at the proposed 2525 development, they don't have to wait 2 or 3 years for it to be built. Within blocks of 2525, there are currently 2 luxury apartments with vacancies and more apartments already groundbreaking. As of this morning, available apartments to rent between Prisma and 1110 is over 100 available spaces. Why are these people wanting to wait years for this proposed complex when brand new luxury ones are already available? Do they just enjoy arguing for hours on Monday nights? Or do they have unspoken motives? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carol Park, followed by Sharon Gullickson. And we're 2 speakers away from the halfway mark.
Good evening. My name is Carol Park, and I live on Poinsettia Street in Park Santiago. I'm opposed to this project. However, I'm not opposed to apartments within our community. I'm fine with the 375 units at the Windsor, the 260 units at the 1110, the 182 units at the Prisma, the 260 units coming to 999 Town and Country, the 727 units coming also to Town and Country, the 247 units at 2700 North Main, and the 1900 proposed units at Main Place Mall. Build every one of them. I am supportive of these 4,000 other units built or proposed within a half a mile of Park Santiago, north of Memory Lane. Our North End community is ripe for well-planned development. I am excited about the Main Place Mall transformation and what it can do for Santa Ana. I think that apartments north of Memory Lane and the traffic these new residents will bring us is just part of healthy growth and commerce that we as a community will have to come to terms with. But it can't be denied that making the Main Place Mall a regional destination and having 4,000 units a half a mile north will not have an adverse effect with cut-through traffic in our neighborhood. And I do not think that you should reduce the Main Place by 500 units and give that allotment to 2525 Main Street, as was the solution suggested by Planning Commissioner Alderetti. The density and capacity should remain as part of the Commerce and Entertainment Center north of Memory Lane. That is why I think it's so important to moderate your development when it makes sense to do so. It's a balancing act that needs great planning and intentional deliberation. Your decision to allow this project will be one that the North End and our community will contend with for generations. What will our neighborhood's tipping point be? I believe 4,000 units north of Memory Lane and the Main Place Mall is as high as we can go. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Gullickson. Thank you, Carol. And then after Sharon, Brian Portrage.
Podere. City Council and Mayor Polito, I oppose the rezoning of 2525 Main Street. It's unacceptable for several reasons. A dense residential property would add nearly 290, just about, dwellings to this small property. It would increase the number of residences in our neighborhood by almost 50% on a piece of land that's about 1/100th the size of our whole neighborhood. This is unacceptable. Park Santiago already has far too much traffic. A dense residential property would add even more traffic. That's unacceptable. The traffic on Main Street and the streets in the general vicinity will become even more crowded. Traffic is especially heavy in the morning and evening, and a dense apartment complex would make it considerably worse, no matter what the statistics claim. That's unacceptable. Removing a chunk of Santiago Park and then replacing with irregular and unusable little bits of land is unacceptable. Adding an apartment complex would make our neighborhood much worse, not better. The best thing about Santa Ana is the pockets of gorgeous neighborhoods. Are you willing to change our city for the worst? We take pride in our neighborhood because it's beautiful, diverse, and has character. A big, new, dense luxury apartment complex will make a lot of money for the developer, but will change our neighborhood and the surrounding area forever. That is unacceptable. The underhanded way the developer has acted from the very beginning is disgraceful. The developer bought the property knowing that it was not zoned for residential, got it for a lower price because of it, and then proceeded to do whatever was necessary to make a huge profit. You know what I'm talking about. Everyone else has mentioned it. So they'll receive $1.5 million approximately every single month in rent. In Santa Ana, are our city leaders for sale? I hope not. I hope we can have faith in you guys. Anyone with enough money can get whatever they want otherwise. Please think about that. It's really unacceptable.
Thank you for your comment. Brian Portere. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, I'm Brian Potere from Santa Ana, and I oppose this project, the rezoning. You've already heard people talk about many reasons. I want to talk about a few that haven't been mentioned about. A study done by University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Planning and Regional Studies, concluded that neighborhoods built of homes, of home ownership, have a lower crime rate than neighborhoods with rentals. So putting in 500 units, which is going to take our rental ratio in the neighborhood from probably 20% to more than 50%, is also going to increase the crime rate in our neighborhood. Yes, the developer has said if they are allowed to have the zoning change, they will have a roaming security guard for a couple years and then decide not to do it anymore. Then that'll put more of a burden on the Santa Ana police. It'll put more of a burden on the people living there. They'll decide, you know what, this crime rate is just not acceptable. They're going to move out. The developers have been bad and nasty to the residents during this courtship phase. What do you think they're going to do to Santa Ana once they have that ring on their hand and they don't have to worry about it anymore? It's going to be even worse trying to deal with these people. The demand for luxury apartments, as you've heard, there are lots of units going up. Brooklyn had the same problem. They built a luxury apartment, rented it out for lots of money, couldn't find enough tenants. So what did the landlords do? They started renting to the local colleges, doubling up the capacity in each of the units, doubling the rent for them, and making it awful for the tenants that are living there. That's going to make it awful for us if they can't fill this space and they start downgrading the tenants from luxury apartments to college students who are living 4 to a unit, which are only supposed to have 2. I wanted to be green, but I can't be green, so I'm going to be red. And then
you could be yellow.
I'm not going to be yellow. Spoken from the man who fought City Hall 25 years ago and won. Paul didn't mention that. One thing I would just like to ask Chris from the Orange County Business Council, if he's so for this, is he open to opening up the traffic barrier at Santa Clara and Broadway so that the traffic through his neighborhood is going to double, going right past the mayor's house every day? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ellen Kolokney, Kolokney, and that's the 100-person mark. So we're now officially halfway to 200. Sabrina Wilson, Speaker 101. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sabrina and I live on North Spurgeon Street in Park Santiago. I'm definitely very sensitive to this project since it backs right up to my home. I'd like to start by thanking Councilmember Cecilia Iglesias for being the only person for taking the time to come to my home, ask questions, to see our neighborhood and my backyard to see firsthand the impact this project could have on our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is not against change, progress, or development. We just want responsible change. This project would be the biggest project going in Santa Ana against an R1. This project is too dense, and they haven't made realistic projections to the impact of parking. Many people who have been brought in by the developers who keep mentioning affordable housing and needing places to live, I'd like them to know that Prisma and the other projects, which is their other project, in Town and Country, are not full, so they have many options there. The developer and Mintai constantly keep mentioning the amount of money this project would bring to the city. Wouldn't the Main Place Mall project generate more money for the city than this? The Planning Commission took the time to review the EIR and see the faults of the study and voted no against this project, and I hope you guys do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. After Sabrina Wilson, we have Rocio Estrada, and then Carlo Bonanini. Bonanini, I believe it is. Rocio Estrada. That was Sabrina Wilson. And then Carlo, After Carlo, Jesse Truce, I believe, Truce. And then Karen Eaton.
Hello. Hi, my name is Karen Eaton. I live in Park Santiago with my husband and 4 children, and I oppose this project. As my neighbors have mentioned before, development is great, but development needs to be done responsibly, and this apartment is not fit for this specific location. One of my main concerns is the intersection on Main Street where the entrance to our neighborhood is. We already have to drive very cautiously out of our neighborhood because of cars either ignoring or not seeing the no turn on red sign. I can imagine it becoming even more of a danger zone, possibly causing car accidents and injuries, especially if we add backed up traffic due to cars entering and exiting the apartment project. Also, Park Santiago, Flora Park, Washington Square, and the surrounding beautiful historic neighborhoods are a gem of Santa Ana. Visitors are in awe of our neighborhood, and it changes their perception of Santa Ana. This modern apartment project would tower over the northwest portion of our beautiful historic neighborhood. I hope you do your duty to protect and preserve these places that are unique to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Brenda Cam, I believe it is. Call? Well, the double L's, you have fancy penmanship, looked like an M. Please go ahead.
Okay, when I was 21, my mother told me we were moving to Santa Ana, and honestly, I was a bit shocked and surprised. But the minute I saw the 1910 Victorian craftsman that we were moving into and experienced the pride and friendliness of our neighbors, I understood how special Park Santiago is. I have lived there for 30 years and been a homeowner for 21 of them. I have also proudly taught 28 years in Santa Ana to help the city I have come to love. It is not my intention to freeze people out. I was raised by a single mother and had to move from apartment to apartment most of my life. I am not against development in the right location, but this needs to stay commercially zoned. We're already losing businesses by town and country in favor of more apartments there and at the Main Place Mall. There are also more going up by my school site. Tom's Truck Center is being developed with low-income apartments, but at least they are not looming over residential housing, but in an industrial area. Here are the reasons I think it's a bad idea. Number one, it is common sense. Number two, many apartments are already being built in Santa Ana and Anaheim and are still empty, so we need businesses or cultural centers more than lodging. The ERR did not take into account the Main Street, Main Place, and Town and Country, which everybody has said. The traffic will get worse, especially with the changes in the freeway on-ramp and the 17th Lincoln Bridge. The Waze traffic app will be rerouting all these cars through our neighborhood in order to avoid a logjam on Main Street and Grand Avenue. I know the majority of you council members don't live in our ward, but I ask you to put yourself in our place and vote no to preserve this beautiful historic neighborhood.
Justin Chapman, and B, it says T-R-E-I-T-I-L-Y, I believe. And then Justin Chapman.
Mayor and council members, thank you for allowing me to speak and for suffering through the public comments. A special thanks to Councilwoman Iglesias for coming to our house on Spurgeon Street to hear our concerns. I'm here tonight to share with you that the most dense apartments I could find against R1 between the counties of Orange, LA, and San Diego was at a density of 60 dwelling units per acre. This project is currently proposed at 81. The question you should ask yourself is, why is no one else doing anything like this? I would also like to share with you that my wife and I love living in the city, and we want to be residents for decades to come so that one day we can be the old people who are fighting to preserve this neighborhood. That will not happen if this project is a total dud. If the concerns of the most impacted residents and planning commission come true, the damage that will be done to this area will resonate for decades. My wife and I encourage redevelopment, but we want the city to learn from the mistakes it has made in the past. We can redevelop, but we need to be smart as to how we go about it. We need to remind ourselves that not every development is good development. I urge you to vote no and to push for responsible and precedent development. I don't envy the position that you are in, and just looking at the audience, I hope you can see the gravity of your decision. Thank you.
Okay, we're now starting to speak for 110, so we're now between 110 and 120. Adriana de la Rosa.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. And I would like to introduce the next 12 neighbors of mine. If you would allow us kindly to put up a presentation, would that be okay? It's just a few slides. And
just go as fast as you can.
Okay,
and
wonderful.
And we're going to save 10 speakers if I do this.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, just for, no, it's 12. 12? 12.
I'll save 12 speakers.
No, what I mean is,
Just go fast.
Thank you.
Real fast.
You were trying to trick me. All right. I've been a resident of Park Santiago for 12 years. Santa Ana is a place of amazing potential.
Do you want to let somebody else go while she figures it out? She may not figure it out. No. Just speak. Everybody the same.
Okay. So, all right.
I know.
Should I start over?
Just start fast.
So anyway, thank you. Thank you for considering that. Santa Ana is a place of amazing potential, as you all know. And my family and I love to serve and participate in efforts that enhance and strengthen the cultural life in Santa Ana. For this reason, I, along with my neighbors, have been dedicated to this mission to preserve the vibrancy and thriving community in our city. As you will hear as you've heard from many of my neighbors today, this proposed project does not enhance our neighborhood or our city, but in fact detracts from the vibrancy and community life that we enjoy. In addition, and most concerning, is what this project means for the future of Santa Ana. I ask you with all humility, please listen intently to my neighbors who will speak right after me. They have poured themselves out in proving that this project is not beneficial but harmful to the economic, architectural, cultural, and social fabric of our city, beginning with the negative impacts into our neighborhood and following with the overall losses to
Adriana,
the
you've
city
gone red.
in several areas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I am against the project, obviously, and we trust that you will do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Karen Iger, followed by Mike Plantamura. And after Mike, we have Thomas Cartney.
Thank you, Council, for sitting through all this tonight. My name is Karen Igar. I'm a resident of Park Santiago, and I'm here to ask you to vote against this project and against the change in the zoning. When the developer and your planning staff look at the property, they have tunnel vision and they just see Main Street. But if they just look to the west and look to the south, they'll see a beautiful neighborhood of Park Santiago. Custom houses, 7 dwelling units per acre, houses that were built 20s, 30s, 40s, just a gem of a neighborhood. 7 dwelling units per acre. What they want to build adjacent to us is 81 dwelling units per acre, which is almost 12 times the density. So if you look at your dais here and the 7 council members that you should have, that represents 7 dwelling units per acre. If I had more than 2 minutes, I would ask everyone behind me in the room to come and fill in this space here, and that would represent the 81 dwelling units per acre. So if you can imagine that change in density right next to each other, just doesn't make any sense from a planning perspective. There is one thing that I want to agree with the developer, and that is that it should have a project labor agreement, it should use local labor, it should use union labor, and it should pay a prevailing wage. But that could be any project at that site. It could be a project that is in context with the neighborhood, that is supported by the neighbors, and makes sense to everyone. You could have a win-win at that site, and you wouldn't have to be here till midnight every other Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Followed by Thomas Cartney, followed by John Fradkin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mike Plenamure. I live in Park Santiago. This project has been flawed from the very beginning. The planning department advertised the property prior to the sale as being available for unlimited height and unlimited density, even though the current zoning is professional office. And can you imagine unlimited? Density is more than 10-fold greater than the adjacent neighborhood, 81 units per acre versus 7 units per acre, which the planning project management team tries to justify by showing 7 high-density apartment projects. However, if you use Google Earth, you'll see that none of those are adjacent to single-family residences. It also violates the general plan use element, which requires a project to be harmonious in scale and character with existing development in the area. Project team stated that these parcels are not part of Park Santiago, but if you look at the city maps and the parcel descriptions, it is in fact part of Park Santiago. The EIR doesn't account for the 1,900 additional units above the 3,500 units already planned for this half-mile radius, and made no effort to revise or reflect this major impact, while other minor revisions were made to the EIR. It violates the municipal code for parking space requirements by providing only 64% of the requirement. It also violates the general floor plan area ratio for North Main Street by 35%, with the 35% denser requirements. You can't change the rules of the game once the game has started. If you could, the Saints would have been in the Super Bowl, not the Rams. Last November, the residents of Santa Ana gave the City Council a very powerful tool when they passed the additional tax measure. This tool should allow the council members to make decisions on developments based primarily upon merit and the impact to the residents of Santa Ana, instead of being influenced primarily by the amount of money the developer dangles in front of you. Please recognize the power of this tool and make sound decisions. A wise man once said that all new development projects create revenue for the city. It is important to recognize the long-term effects of the development. We live in the greatest country of the world, of the people, by the people, for the people. Please reject this project and request the planning team to develop a win-win-win project for all involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Followed by John, followed by Diane Fradkin.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Thomas Cartney, and I'm a resident of Park Santiago, and I have some neighbors helping me out here with regard to the graphics that I produced that you have copies of, have been distributed to you. I'm here to speak, well, first and foremost, I'm also the former sales and marketing director for an architectural illustration company that employed 22 artists full-time for those entire 24 years. So I know my way around looking through a set of architectural plans and creating packages like the package that you have been looking at to approve this project. So what I'm here to speak to is it actually said in the applicant's presentation, they stated that by all measurable accounts that this project will be less than significant as impact to our neighborhood, and that is just profoundly untrue. So what I've produced for you today is I also produced a graphic. Without payment, I sketched up every house along Spurgeon Street that backs up to this project. And this is the first time that you are seeing what the true scale and massing of this project looks like against single-family homes. Okay, now, in my process of doing this, just yesterday, I came across an egregious discrepancy with regard to everything that you have been looking at to approve this project. Please look at the red line on the first graphic. You see the amenity deck. These are elevations, north, south, east, and west. When I was preparing my graphic, I thought, God, the ghosting technique for showing your setbacks. The elevations you've been looking at are so ghosted, it seems like the top line of the building is across the freeway. So the red line, if you can see that there is a height of 90 feet on 3 out of the 4 elevations, it exists on the 4th. This is undeniable, and that red bar is showing what the true height of that amenity deck is seen from Spurgeon Street. Now, you have, the mistake was made, or the omission was made, if you look at the sections of the building, the first section on the top, just the council members have this, you will see what should be showing in this drawing.
Thank you.
Thank
Be
you so
around.
much.
We'll have questions at the end. John?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'd like to speak to something that we really haven't talked about too much, the legality of this project. The current project that we're talking about is in violation of many aspects of the Santa Ana General Plan, the most obvious of which is the title language of Land Use Policy's Goal 3, which states, quote, preserve and improve the character and integrity of existing neighborhoods, unquote. The applicant is asking for a general plan amendment. This is a big deal and should not be taken lightly. When you change the general plan, you are in effect breaking a previous contract with longtime residents who had no reason to believe that there would not be a level of continuity in the city's plans. On November 16, 2015, the city's planning division staff drafted something called an envisioning map, which identified study areas that could potentially have an increase in development, density, and building heights. The North Main Street corridor, including the subject property, was identified as an area that may be considered. This envisioning map did not go through a formal adoption process and even included a disclaimer note on it that said, quote, this map represents a conceptual effort and its contents are in a draft format and do not represent any formal efforts to rezone or redesignate properties shown, unquote. Draft envisioning maps turn into approved maps only after they are properly vetted and analyzed, and the community has to be greatly involved in this process. The applicant and the city planning department are asking for a zone change on the subject parcel by using the specific development language of the Santa Ana Municipal Code in order to change the zoning to a customized zoning to fit the proposed building. This is both an improper use as well as potentially an illegal use of the specific development code. The language of the code contained in Division 26 specific development is well named, as it is very specific. In fact, it recognizes the interdependence of land values and specifies that its use to change zoning can only be done when the results of that zoning change maintains the values of surrounding properties. Well, in the opinion of hundreds of concerned neighbors who live in Park Santiago, as well as real estate professionals such as Phil Schaefer of Seven Gables Real Estate, the proposed gigantic apartment building will not maintain values and will in fact have a negative, I'm almost done,
Diane
will have a
can
negative
continue.
overall effect on the neighborhood. For this reason alone, the Division 26 specific development language cannot be used legally to change the zoning
Got it, John.
of the
Thank you.
2525 Main Street site. Thank you.
Diane, you're next. And then Ned Gantz.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time and service. I'm Diane Fradkin, Park Santiago. I'm opposed to the project as it's currently proposed today. The general plan designation for 2525 North Main Street parcel is currently professional administrative office. It is not part of the district center as shown on the slide that you have in your handouts. The document before you titled Request for Council Action, it states the purpose for maintaining and supporting professional office areas are to increase employment opportunities for local residents, enhance the diversity of the city's economic base, and to support the uses that create little to no nuisances to nearby residents or businesses. The professional administrative office use is symbiotic with single-family residential. The same document states district centers are major activity areas of the city and that residential development within these areas are allowed at a density up to 90 DUA. By using this statement, planning staff has chosen to omit key language here. Based on the city's general plan land use element, the statement actually says residential development within some district centers are allowed at a density up to 90 units per acre when developed as an integral component of a master plan mixed-use project. Consequently, the proposed district center general plan amendment is not at all part of a master plan mixed-use project, and therefore the proposed high density is not an allowable use. The next slide in your handout provides clarification regarding 7 EIR comparison projects. The 7 projects used for comparison are a very broad comparison, as none of these are projects located adjacent to single-family residential. The implications of this difference have not been correctly weighted by either the applicant or the city planning staff when comparing these 7 projects to the proposed. The applicant's 2 previous projects, the Heritage and Prisma, along with the Mark, utilize the specific development zoning to orchestrate the density for these locations. These projects are entirely different, as none share boundaries with single-family residential.
All right. Thank you.
So therefore, the zoning is not appropriate with the special district. Thank you.
Ned, followed by Pam Angel.
Evening, Mayor, City Council. Ned Gans. As of May 6 coming up, I will be an 18-year resident in Park Santiago, so I'm one of the new guys around here. I wanted to address a little bit on traffic and parking, but before that I wanted to rebut a few, like George, Ruben, and Elizabeth. I looked on my phone on apartments.com. Right now in Santa Ana, there are 1,357 available as of today. So if they really do want to move here, they could right now. There are 1,153 available in Orange, and of course there are 3,200 new ones that are going in within a half a mile of where we are. Even though the Planning Commission voted against, there are definitely some inconsistencies in their traffic and parking analysis on the EIR report. The proposed secondary access to the project site will need to use Walkie Way. For this option to work, it will require state and federal approval. To our understanding, no one has been in contact with either of these agencies. Parking. General plan housing element, which was revised January 14th, requires district centers to have 2.5 parking stalls per unit. This doesn't come close to that. The city presentation said the existing empty office building spaces generate 791 trips daily. It's empty. How can they have that? And the city presentation omitted the level of service for the existing freeway segments, which is the ERA shows surrounding freeway access level of service in 20 of 30 data points currently at a failing grade. There's also a suggestion of valet parking, which I think is a little ridiculous. They might do that for a little while and then quit. So, am I green?
You're yellow, and the yellow's getting dark.
Thank you. That's all.
Are you done?
Yep.
All right, you're a yellow. Pam Angel? By the way, we're at 117. So we only have, I guess, 83 speakers left. Please keep going. Go ahead, Pam.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. And have we lost someone? Our ward? Solario.
Do you want to come back and speak? I'll go to the next speaker.
No, that's fine. I don't have a lot to say that my wonderful Park Santiago family has already said, and that I oppose this project. It's not good for our neighborhood, and we're a family. We're not just a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie Schnabel, Bill Bonnet.
I'm Marnie Schnabel. I'm a resident of Park Santiago. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening. I'm here to discuss some false statements in the developer's presentation. One point that was stated was that they will create an 8-story buffer between existing neighborhoods and high-rise towers along Main Street. We currently have a buffer with the professional building that will join the other 3,000 plus planned units near the Main Street corridor. They also said we've been listening to our neighbors. We've said from the very beginning that the density was unacceptable even with their insignificant efforts in reducing the size. It is not moderate density housing, but clearly high density. They said the setbacks is 6 times the standard, but in reality, it's not even being met at 42 feet, which is shown here on this board. In conclusion, Santa Ana has a rich heritage of juxtaposition of new while preserving the old and historical. The general plan is a document that guides the development, conservation, and enhancement of Santa Ana. I would like to see the City Council vote no and take as much pride in city's diverse history as its residents do. We are not for no development. We are for responsible development that's about planning for the future, leaving a sense of history for forthcoming generations, as well as embracing our past. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, followed by Dale.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Bill Bonnet. I'm a 15-year resident of Park Santiago, and I strongly oppose this high-density apartment complex. What's perhaps more interesting, for the last 20 years, I've been working extensively in commercial real estate development, both as a developer and a property owner. My family has been in property development for the last 75 years. The site at 2525 Main Street continues to be an outstanding location for a professional office building. Outstanding. It is ideally suited because it is on our primary business corridor, not transportation corridor, not transportation node. It is a business corridor designed for businesses. This professional office use would complement the nearby Main Place shopping mall, local restaurants, single-family homes, and thousands of new apartments now in development or recently opened in the area. With all the new apartments already being developed in the immediate area, Santa Ana now needs to be providing a new office building at this location for all of these soon-to-be arriving apartment residents, as well as existing professional residents to be able to work locally. This would allow hundreds more Santa Ana residents to not only live in Santa Ana, but to work in Santa Ana, thereby spending more of their paychecks in Santa Ana and not other cities. Further, and most importantly, it is a use that the neighborhood communities support. We want a new office building at that location. Make no mistake. Having a new building there will provide long-lasting economic engine for the communities. Using constant 2017 dollars, as was done by the firm RGS for the planning staff report, they calculated, Bill. I'm just going to one wrap up. They calculated $543,000 in new net revenue to the city. With a new office building, it will not be $543,000 per year, but $460,000. A number very close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dale. Dale, you are speaker number 120.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members that are left here. Back in August 7th, the EIR was addressed and issued. It went through the review cycle. In October 4th, the review cycle was completed. It's interesting to note that on October 22nd, Art Pedroza said at the Planning Commission meeting that the developer knew what he was buying when he paid $17 million. He knew that property was not zoned for a mega huge apartment complex that's going to ruin our neighborhood. Somewhere along the line, shortly after that, he's a very good proponent of this project. I don't know really what changed on that.
This is at least the fourth project that this developer has brought forth to the City Council. The three previous projects saw the applicant sell its majority interest after obtaining the entitlements and before construction began. As some of you might recall, after the entitlements were obtained for the Met and the Heritage, the owners came back and wanted to renegotiate the development agreement. They were successful in this endeavor. It's not hard for me to imagine that anything different will happen with this project. The City of Santa Ana should not be known as an easy mark when it comes to building high-density homes. The EIR is just one tool for you guys to use, so I hope you're going to use the full gamut of your resources to evaluate this project. As other people have said, we do encourage use of union labor and would rather just see them build in accordance with the current zoning. The developer also said that the only solution to the housing shortage is to build more homes. This chart, you may not be able to see it, but Santa Ana, high density. These are the other surrounding neighborhoods that show the density of those. We're at 12,000. Fullerton, where we heard one speaker say we need to build more housing in Santa Ana, they're at roughly 6,000 residents per square mile. We're at 12,000. I was wondering what Fullerton's doing to help this project move along. So in summary, I'm just hoping that we take a look at what this is really going to do. Santa Ana's doing a lot to address the housing issue. The regional housing needs analysis will come out next month, and I hope you guys look at that report. I believe it's going to say we meet our requirements, and we're doing our fair share. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Jeff Katz, followed by Rob Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jeff Katz. I'm an advocate for the homeless with Second Chances Orange County. I want to thank the City Council for supporting that organization. I'm also a neighbor from Heliotrope in Santa Clara and a member of Ward 3. And when I was here speaking at the Planning Commission against this project, I asked a rhetorical question. Who will stand up for Ward 3? I thought it was rhetorical, but I stand here tonight and I look at an empty seat and I ask the same question. Who will stand up for Ward 3? At the night of the Planning Commission, and pretty evident tonight, a pattern has emerged. If you live in Ward 3, you're speaking out against the project. If you're coming from LA or any other city, somehow you have a reason to vote for the project, which should make it pretty clear now the policy behind residency in a ward, because it's through residency you get an understanding of the fabric of a community and you can make an informed decision about these matters. Look, I'm not against development, but I've witnessed what has happened in Irvine and everything going south thanks to the Irvine Company, and what has emerged has been a model of redundancy and soullessness. If we approve this project, we will begin to suck the soul out of the gem of Santa Ana. If you want an exhibit of this, just go to historic French Park. Beautiful homes, but 40, 50 years ago, we started to allow apartment buildings to be sprinkled in amongst these homes. Not wise planning, and it took an act of the City Council to put a stop to it. I ask you, when you make these mistakes, we live with them forever. Buildings don't come down, but neighborhoods get destroyed. Don't make the mistake again. Mayor, you have made unbelievable progress with the corridor between that and downtown. Don't let this project be your legacy. Continue with that vision that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Richardson, followed by Catherine Houston.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Rob Richardson, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for providing the heaters outside tonight. That was a good step forward for the comfort of all the people who are here tonight, and I wish that had happened the last time. We've had a number of very eloquent speakers here tonight who have spoken on behalf of opposing this particular project. It has changed little from the outset. It has been, from the beginning, too big, too dense, and too close to single-family homes. That fact has not changed. And it is now time, I believe, for this council to turn the page and to encourage a fresh start on this site and to help develop something that has the support of residents of this city, the council, and the development community as well. We have missed that mark dramatically with this project and with this process. Now, I know that not moving forward with this project risks sending the word to developers that the city doesn't support development. I would argue the alternative. I would suggest to you that a no vote tonight and a desire to restart this process would be to signal to all the people in this room, developers and everybody else, that this city intends to be selective in what it is that we do push. Now, there is risk involved in stopping this process and starting over. Some will say we'll never get agreement. You can't get 100% to agree on what this is. I want to tell you right now that based on what I've seen, 85 to 90% of the people in Santa Ana that are affected by this project have been brought together and they disagree completely with this proposal for all the reasons that have been expressed here tonight. And there is no amount of tinkering with this project to shave it to 25% less of what it is today, or putting in some more Amazon lockers or whatever else it is that would be proposed that is going to do anything other than to put a different color of lipstick on this pig. This project is too big, it's too dense, it's too close to residents. I encourage you to oppose this project, start fresh, and let the community, along with the council and the development community, work for something that we can get behind that is helpful to this city.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
you.
Catherine Houston, followed by Billy Lay, followed by John Sherman.
I live in Park Santiago, as many of the people here who've spoken tonight also do. And I think from what I've seen and from my conversations with people in the community, this project has essentially no community support. It has no support of the Planning Commission. And if you as a city council choose to ignore that and approve it, I hope that you are proud enough of that decision that you'll place a large bronze plaque right on the most visible part of this project so that we and our children and grandchildren can remember what you've done for our community.
Thank you. Billy Lay, followed by John Sherman, followed by Virgil Nickel.
Blessings to all of you. And Mr. Mayor, it's Lee, like the Chinese laundry, but I'm the English butler. L-E-I-G-H, pronounced Lee. My name is Billy Lee. I have resided in Park Santiago for 42 years with my wife, and we are delighted people to be there. Santiago Park community has about 1,100 homes. More than that, but about 1,100. If you say a couple people per home and then a couple more for children, that's about 4,000 people. Mr. Solario came to our meeting last week. He really gave us no conclusion, no answers, no hope that Santiago Park community is a place where he likes representing us. Shame on you, Mr. Solario. But seriously now, I'm going to change the perspective just a tiny bit. If each of you council members, including you, Mr. Solario, if you were all living in Santiago Park community and you knew that an 8-story parking monolith was going to be in your backyard or your side yard, we would not be having all these discussions. We would not be having all these meetings. You would immediately say, no, this is not right. I do not want my children in this. I don't want them looking at it. I don't want to look at it. And you would just go on with something that's really amenable. And then we talk about the corruption. Where do we begin? Where do we end? There is corruption. Hello, yellow light. There's corruption. People are getting paid to come and talk. They don't know Santa Ana from the man in the moon. I beg you in God's name to be smart. You, Mr. Solario, you represent us better than you've been doing. And the rest of you just represent Santa Ana has been spoken. I mean, how many times can we say the same things over and over again? This is not the right project for this site. At the very first meeting, we told the developers at that time, this is not the right site for this project. God bless you guys. Please be wise. Do the right thing. Start it tonight. Mr. Slaughter, you say, Mr. Chairman, I vote that we say no to this. And then let the rest of these guys say amen, no, and let's go home and never come back again.
All right. That was the English butler. Now, John Sherman, please go ahead, sir.
My goal tonight is to be in the green area, so the Green Club. So that's
Good.
my goal. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is John Sherman, and I live in Park Santiago. I hope that you're pleased that your Santa Ana citizens care enough about this issue that they've come out and personally expressed their concerns to you. It's not normal. Many of your police have said they've never seen so many neighbors come out on an issue, and that says a lot about them and about you that you're willing to hear us. Our Park Santiago neighborhood is very diverse in many ways, including several generations of ages living in the area together. Due to the advanced age of many of our seniors in Park Santiago, they haven't been able to participate in all of our late night meetings. Santa Ana is blessed with many neighborhoods that could be called precious jewels that many Orange County residents who now live elsewhere are beginning to consider as a location of their next home purchase. Park Santiago neighborhood is a historical neighborhood, whether or not it has the official designation or not. In 1980, Park Santiago neighborhood banded together to help close Santiago Street in order to protect that jewel. It worked. In 1994, Park Santiago neighborhood banded together again. 700 residences came out to stop Caltrans from building a pedestrian bridge in order to protect this jewel. It worked. In 2018, at the Sunshine meeting for this project, over 500 Park Santiago neighbors met at the Discovery Museum to say no to this project. Tonight, February 19th, our neighborhood desperately needs your help to disapprove of this present project as presented. Our neighborhood is not against appropriate new development, but this project as presented is not it. Thank you for listening.
You started with good intentions. You were green for quite a while, but you ended yellow, but at least not red. Thank you. Thank you. Virgil. I see Virgil walking his dog sometimes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we live in the same neighborhood. I heard people here, first of all, my name's Virgil Nickel. I live in Flora Park, and by the way the crow flies, within a half a mile of this project. I went by there, and I see that it's right next to a freeway. That seems good to me. And it's good for, and there's other vacant property next to the freeway down by 4th Street, too. That would be a good project. We need housing in this town. We need, and what I hear about this project, it's going to be expensive housing. But the thing is, when new housing comes in, whether it's apartments or single-family housing, the more housing, the cheaper rents will be and easier for people to get in things. We have to have more housing. Now, we heard some about parking. Well, in my neighborhood, what they did, there's no parking there on the streets. I can't park on the street unless I go down to the city and buy a ticket to put on my car so I can park overnight. Because some of the residents wanted to ban parking from the apartment owners. I voted against it. We pay for our streets, we should be able to park. But that's one solution that this Santiago Park could have, is to ban parking if you're not a resident of that area. The other thing is, I don't know if you can build a big enough fence or wall between that part from the people, small residents, to this building. Should be able to build something there, keep the noise levels down and things like that. But I think that the people should have a right to build a project there. This may not be the right project, but it's the one that I think has gone as far as, and maybe there's some corrections can be made to it to mitigate some of the circumstances and things like that. But I'm in favor of, if the choice is yes or no, then I say yes to the project.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Michelle Lujan, followed by Suzanne Blon.
Hello. My name is Michelle Lujan, and I've been a homeowner in Park Santiago for 13 years now. I know the developer says the majority of homeowners in Park Santiago is made up of older population, but there are many young families in our neighborhood. I am home daily as I homeschool my children, and I see that many parents are walking their babies and young children throughout our neighborhood during the day. Our neighborhood is filled with many children. My daughter frequently rides her bike with her friends throughout the neighborhood. Our neighborhood is a beautiful dynamic, and it would be a shame to see it ruined. By rezoning this piece of land, you would be disrupting what nearly everyone who visits our neighborhood calls a hidden gem. It truly is one of the amazing neighborhoods in Santa Ana, and I would even dare to say in all of Orange County. Neighbors actually walk the streets daily, chatting and interacting with friends. Neighbors know who their neighbors are. They know them by name. Children are always outside playing. When one of the beautiful historic homes in our neighborhood caught fire several years ago, people rallied around and provided meals and support for that family. Every year we have a neighborhood Easter egg hunt, potluck. We have progressive dinners. We have the best 4th of July parade in our neighborhood. Many kids come out and decorate bikes, scooters. Many families even build floats to walk through the streets and wave to the people visiting our neighborhood. The fire department even shows up to lead the parade with their fire truck. There's a strong neighborhood pride in Park Santiago. So make no mistake when I say we strongly oppose the rezoning and building of the apartment at 2525 Main Street. Our neighborhood is too important to us, and it is a hidden gem. I want to close by directly appealing to you, our mayor, and to our city council, who we elect. We, the members of Park Santiago, have voted. Okay, we have elected. We were not elected. You were not elected by the people who have showed up and were paid by the developer to cause a scene. Hopefully, you're holding true to your office by considering the concerns of the residents that are raising before you instead of seeing dollar signs offered up by the developer. Clearly, this project is not a good match for the parcel of land. The environmental impact report shows it, our neighborhood is trying to express it, and the preliminary vote of the Planning Commission agrees with us. Please vote no to stop this rezoning, the building of the apartments, and the tarnishing of our great neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Suzanne, followed by Christina Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Suzanne Blau, and I've been a resident of Park Santiago. This is my 17th year in the neighborhood, and I oppose this project. As a very brief background, I am an attorney who has only worked with the low and needy populations through nonprofits. I have never worked as an attorney for my own practice. I provide free legal representation to the poor, and I have worked primarily with the immigrant community. I share this with you because I want to sort of reject some of the claims, not that I heard so much tonight because it was primarily Park Santiago residents that spoke, but at the last meeting there were claims that we were selfish, NIMBYists, anti-progressive, and even racist. Eso no es cierto. It's not right. Not all of us are against development. I applaud people that want to provide more housing, and I would be in support of a project that provided more housing even on the outskirts or within the borders of my neighborhood. This is not the right project to achieve that. I want to be clear, it is too big and too dense, as many people have said. It is too expensive, it is too luxury, and it is not at all consistent with the immediate adjacent neighborhood. I welcome affordable, reasonable housing in Santa Ana. I welcome people of all races, ethnicities, religions, even those of us that are non-religious, and incomes. And I welcome them into the neighborhood. And I hope that all the people that spoke tonight in support of this project and this housing get housing, and hopefully in Santa Ana, and there's been reference to lots of other opportunities for them to do so. And I hope one day they move into my home was built in 1924. It's been there a long time and a lot longer than all of us. The 2525 is not offering a real solution to the housing crisis. It is not providing affordable or reasonable housing. It is not the answer to
Suzanne,
legitimate...
you've gone red.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you and good night. Buenas
Thank you.
noches.
Christina, followed by Renee Flores.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christina Dorsa Smith, and I'm a 40-year, believe it or not, resident of the Morrison Park Neighborhood Association, or Morrison Park Neighborhood. I'm against this project because I believe it's too large, too dense, and does not complement the area or surrounding areas. As said by other people, North Santa Ana has a number of gems and wonderful neighborhoods. We need to recognize the value of the neighborhoods and do what we can to preserve the quality of life that currently exists in these areas. If you approve this project, I'm very concerned about what that means for future developments in Santa Ana. I'm also hoping that you realize the other developments that are being considered, even though they weren't considered in some of the reports. There's some other developments that maybe are much better than this one. I'm asking that you not approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Followed by Dan Peters, I believe.
How you doing, Council? My name is Renee Flores, and I have family members that live in Santa Ana. So I just want to say, this project is an incredible investment in our city that will generate more funding for our local schools, our parks, and public safety and services. These investments will improve our quality for years to come in the future. The facts that this project will provide $5 billion to Santa Ana's general fund before a shovel even hits the dirt. An additional $1.2 million yearly that can be used for youth programs, education, city improvements, and more. This development will bring much, indeed, tax dollars and local improvements to our surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Followed by Danny Carraza and then John Perales.
Good evening, Mayor. Good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a while. My name is Dan Peters, and I'm a resident of Morrison Park Neighborhood Association. I moved in there with my wife and 4 kids in 1992. And my kids have gone to Santiago, they've gone to Willard, and they've gone to Santa Ana High, and several of them still live in the area. One moved to Arizona. I am opposed to this project because I've seen what happens in Santa Ana. If you look around Willard School, when I started taking my kids over there and dropping them off and seeing what happens when the city council takes an area by eminent domain, blights it, and puts in high-rise apartments and doesn't make any planning for impact on the water resources, sewer resources, the roads, and the schools. All of those have been negatively impacted. There's already enough apartments being built up in this area. I was shocked to learn that there's going to be 4,000 plus this project. This project is in a particularly bad spot. It's right on a bad corner with a lot of traffic. I was shocked one day when I went for a bike ride and I actually rode through Park Santiago. I didn't even know what a beautiful gem that was, and I think Morrison Park is pretty doggone nice. But we see the impact in Morrison Park from people from the apartments that are adjacent to us that we don't even have access to, but people will park in our neighborhood and then jump the fence and then go into, because there's not enough parking, and those are not high-density apartment complexes there, except for the end one. I strongly recommend that you vote no on this project. It is not supported by the community, by none of us. None of us want to see it. So I don't know who does, other than the people who are going to make the coin off of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Danny, followed by John Perales, followed by Emerald Cota.
Hi, my name is Danny Carranza, Mayor and City Council. I just want to encourage you guys to go ahead and vote yes. This project will generate lots of money that will be used other than it will just be used for good in the city. The city needs money. It has one of the highest tax ratings in the city, and I just want to encourage you to go ahead. I'm sure you guys already have done your homework. You've seen what this is going to generate to the city. You have a high responsibility to do what's right for the community. I also understand what the people people that live in the city currently are going through. But we're living in a new age, and it's time to move forward, and we have to allow these things to take place in our cities in order for us to generate growth. And might not be the most popular vote, but you guys got to do what's right, what's best for the future of the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you, John Perales. Followed by Emerald Cota, Monet Palafox, Mark Trimble, Satch Guillen, David Lang,
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm Satch Gillen. I have family residence here in Santa Ana. This addition, I'm for the addition because it can improve, benefit Santa Ana with business and local economy. The business in the main streets will benefit greatly from increase in revenue from new groups of residents living so close. Our malls, the local restaurants are struggling because this area is in desperate need of resolution and renewal. The development will create a new image for this city that is much better than just another office building. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Dr. David. Followed by Lydia Silva and Rafael Baez. Go ahead.
Mayor and other members of the council. My name is David Lang. I'm a physician. I've been a physician for 60 years. And a lot of that was on the East Coast. When I came out to the West Coast, because the Children's Hospital of Orange County asked me to create a new independent residency program, I was shocked by the prices of houses in California. My wife was very eager that we should live within walking distance of the Children's Hospital of Orange County. And so the realtor, I don't recall their names, showed us a picture, and I said, well, I can't afford that house. And they said, well, make an offer. So after my wife walked in the door of the house and looked, she said, oh, and this is a quote, oh, David, if I could have this, I'd never want anything else. Well, that's a lie. However, I did note what she said and made every effort to actually buy the house. And we did, and we've been living in it now for 32 years. And she and I have 7 children who've enjoyed the house. And not a great deal has been said about Floral Park, although, Mr. Mayor, I know you're within walking distance where you live and where I live. But I just wanted to say I am immensely impressed by everything I've heard today in this meeting. I was astonished, actually, by the people who have spoken, and I wanted to add my own comments about Floral Park, which is another gem. We worked very hard for the last several years, and this year we won the best.
Go ahead, because you got to conclude. Go ahead, Doctor.
Okay. We won the prize for the best front yards in the
Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
However, today when I looked at the plaque that they gave me, down at the bottom it suggests that everybody should work hard to provide the beauty for our city.
Thank you.
And
the light's gone red.
Okay. Well, I will just say I am entirely in agreement with the vast number of people here who have spoken in favor of their
neighborhood. Thank you.
Yes.
Lydia Silva, followed by Rafael Baez, followed by Marilyn Fuller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lydia Silva, and I'm for the project. You know, people out here are saying that it's an eyesore. I mean, it's actually a beautiful building, what I've seen. And, you know, they're worried about who's going to move in, and they're saying, oh, this high-cost prices. You know, people that move in, and if you have this apartment building in your community, it's going to bring more revenue to Santa Ana because people are going to eat here and they're going to shop here instead of, you know, not everybody comes to Santa Ana to shop from East LA, from Covina. So if you build a project that's going to have a lot of apartment buildings, then more people will probably shop here and eat here. And if you're complaining about traffic, there's traffic everywhere. You're complaining about parking, there's parking problems everywhere. Park in your driveways. Or like the other gentleman said, with your community, get the permit parking. So you have permission to park on your streets, but if you have a visitor coming that wants to stay overnight, then they get that permit parking. But if they have those zones in Monterey Park also, a lot of apartment areas, permit parking, if that's a problem. But I'm for this, and I hope you think wisely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lydia. Rafael Baez, followed by Marilyn Fuller, followed by Alex Zamora. Marilyn?
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to talk about a specific on this project because we are opposed to the Edgewood entrance. We've always had the Edgewood entrance when this has been an office building and not really a problem. We would have a problem if we kept that open with an apartment building. People would for sure park in our neighborhood to avoid having to wait in a line to get into the high-rise parking structure. The second problem is that they would have to make a U-turn to enter the entrance on Main Street. If they're coming south on Main, they have to make a U-turn at Edgewood. We have an off-ramp, northbound 5 off-ramp at Main Street. It goes up a hill. They would not know why the traffic is backed up with all the people that are trying to get into the apartment building. I think that Caltrans would have a fit about it. I don't understand how this even got passed. The whole entrance on Walkie Way is still up in the air. And so I think that this project is really not suited for this 5 acres. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Followed by Kathy Moorhead.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm a proud union laborer. I'm a proud resident of the city of Santa Ana. We've been here for over 40 years. My parents own a spot on right off of Old Grand in Fairhaven Park. My wife and I own a residence in Fairhaven Park. My sister owns a house in Santa Ana. I believe that the developer has given more than enough information that they're going to give back to the city. And I truly believe that this project is good for the city. And I want to see my brothers and sisters for the laborers get put to work and see what can happen to this city if we put something beautiful there. I understand not everybody's always going to see eye to eye with a lot of the projects, but if this project doesn't go through, I'm really afraid to see what might come right after that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kathy, followed by Alex Espinosa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. There's been lots of reasons why this project should not be built, and I'm going to give you another one that's been lightly touched on, but I'm going to elaborate. 2525 Main is a serious health risk for anyone living there. No one is talking about this. Vote no on the 2525 Main project. Residents of the proposed Addison will be living within 200 feet of a freeway. For more than a decade, California air quality officials have warned against building homes within 500 feet of freeways, and with good reason. People suffer 3 times higher rates of asthma, heart attacks, strokes, lung cancer, preterm births, and recent research has added more health risks to the list, including childhood obesity, autism, and dementia. Neither Santa Ana City staff or Vineyard Development is addressing this deadly issue. When no one wants to live in this project, once the health risks are truly understood of what is going to happen to this building, please vote no on this project.
Thank you. Alex, followed by Pat Campbell.
Good evening. I'm Alex. I'm voting yes. I'm for it. That's pretty much all I have to say for my people. So, yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Followed by Robert Hernandez.
Hello, my name's Pat Campbell, and I've been a resident in Park Santiago for 45 years. I love our neighborhood like all of my community members do. I don't want to go over all of the things that they were saying, like parking. We all know about that. We know about the density. It's too much. Personally, I do not like the style of the buildings. It doesn't seem to fit with our neighborhood. We've got a lot of historical buildings there, and especially one of the gals that's redoing her old historic home. She's going to be seeing those apartment buildings in her backyard, which will be kind of sad. One thing I wanted to mention is the traffic. We don't have enough gas stations on that other side of Main and forward. Everyone will want to come through on Edgewood, go down to Grand and Grand and Santa Clara. That's the cheapest gas station about 99% of the time in Orange County. And the grocery stores, they're all over on the other side. They would be going through Park Santiago. The closest one would be Mother's, which is too expensive for a lot of people. And then Ralph's is way down on Chapman and Main. So I really would like you to think about this and vote no. Follow what the Planning Commission has recommended for you guys to do. Okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert Hernandez, followed by Francis Rivas.
Hello, my name is Robert Hernandez, and I'm here to speak on the proposal for the project of 2025 North Main. With the existing residents who cannot find stable and steady housing, this looks like a first of the many towards more housing options. If the city can partner with more agencies to put up a homeless shelter in a month, why can't they move quickly on projects like this to working folks and young families a place called home? At least these kinds of projects can benefit all of the city of residents with tax revenues, which is more than what a homeless shelter can do. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad that our council worked really quickly with developers to move towards a homeless shelter solution. I want to see something more done with our residents who are working hard to meet their monthly financial committees. Thank you. I support.
Francis Rivas, followed by Peter Katz.
Hi, my name is Francis Rivas. I lived in Santa Ana all my life. My kids went to Hoover Elementary School. And I'm just saying that the apartments, the new luxury apartments, will be a great asset to Santa Ana. It will bring money to Main Place Mall and surrounding businesses. This will better Santa Ana. This will be better for everybody in Santa Ana. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Emerald Cota and Nonet Monet Palafox. Emerald Cota. Peter Katz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Peter Katz. I'm a 55-year resident of this city, but I'm also president of the Comlink Board that oversees the quality of life in all 64 neighborhoods in this city. And it's a tough job trying to preserve the quality of life in these neighborhoods with the encroachment of development on the edges of these communities. So I served on the year-long process of updating the general plan. And what good is it if we deal with these issues and we don't follow the guidelines and we start amending it before it's even adopted? Under the urban design element, it says improve the built environment through sustainable development that is proportional and aesthetically related to its setting. Ensure new development exhibits a functional, comfortable scale in a relationship to its neighborhood, and to preserve the character and uniqueness of the existing districts and neighborhoods in the city. This is adopted. This will become before you, but we have to think about the people that live in the city. There are lots of places in this city for large projects. You have a piece of land on the corner of 17th and Grand that has been vacant for 40 years. And it could sustain a lot of affordable housing there that would not affect neighborhoods. And that's just one example in this city. I attended the joint city council meeting between Garden Grove and Santa Ana. And Vince raised the issue of concern about the cleansing of the Santa Anita neighborhood if the Willowwick golf course's zoning is changed to urban development. You will destroy that neighborhood as well. This is the unique character of this city, is its neighborhoods. And for 30 years, the Comlink organization has strived hard to do this, so much so that the city of Los Angeles created its neighborhood council patterned after what we do in this city. So let's start thinking about sustainable development that makes a lot of sense and not drive people out, because the cost of housing will never go down. It's going to go up. Everyone wants to come out here for the sunshine. So don't kid yourselves, folks.
Thank you. Emerald Cota.
So in closing, I would just like to say, like the train to nowhere, let this project go nowhere. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emerald Cota. I want to speak in support of our upcoming generations of young adults who are either out there working or going to college. With Orange County having such low housing availability, which spikes the market, we need to look at situations how to navigate away from this trend. Articles and reports on housing say that the problem is the lack of housing availability. If we have an opportunity to swing this imbalance, why not take it? So with that being said, I am with this program. Thank you.
Nonet Palafox.
Hi, my name is Monet Palafox. After listening to the discussions around the development fees that would be collected to help the cost of the public services, I'm in favor for this project. To me, it sounds like the new constructions and the renovue it generates is a sure bet. This also seems to be a win-win situation as it provides much needed housing for our impacted city. Not to mention the local spending, which supports our small businesses and contributes to the city retail tax that helps our schools. I ask to support this project knowing that you are supporting our city. People were saying that there's like asthma and like it's a health hazard and like all of these other things, but to be honest, it's all inevitable. It's everywhere. Obviously, you don't know what that means. So, I'm in support of this project, and I hope you guys agree to it as well. Thank you.
Paul Maiz. Followed by Mary Manqueros.
Good evening. My name is Mary Manqueros, and as a 32-year resident of Floral Park and your neighbor, I would like to vocally oppose this project.
Thank you. Ann Wilson. Paul Mays. Ann Wilson. Alexa Lopez.
Hi, my name is Ann Wilson, and my husband and I have been residents of Park Santiago for 30 years. We've raised our 5 children here, gone to high school and college in Santa Ana, and we are very happy with our neighborhood. It's been a great place to raise our children. We've invested lots of years here. People are surprised to find our neighborhood here. They might have all different varying ideas of Santa Ana, but they're really excited and impressed by the beauty of our neighborhood. So the project at 2525 Main Street would be too big of a project and would be dangerous in traffic, and the overflow in parking would be detrimental to our neighborhood. And so we just want to add our voices to those who have expressed their opposition to this project. I think there's plenty of other places you could build high-density housing, and we think there are many other good uses for this project, for this lot. So thank you very much.
Alexa, go ahead. What was your name, sir? Paul Mays. Come on down. I called you twice earlier. Come on down.
Thank you, City Council, for this opportunity to speak. I've lived in Park Santiago for 30 plus years, raised my children there, and I would like the council to just kind of look at this from a slightly different perspective. The union workers, of course, will come and build the building. They will do outstanding work, I'm sure, and I support union work, absolutely. But the other problem with that is they're going to be here for a year and a half or 2 years, get this building built, and they're going to move on to the next project. They're not going to be here involved in the community. They're going on to the next project. The same with the developer. He's going to take his money and he's going to run. He's going to get the building built. The developer lives who knows where. He's not going to live in the building. So where does that leave us? Well, that leaves the residents to deal with a building that they don't want. Every day we would have to drive by this huge, obnoxious building and think, why is it built? Every day we, the residents, will deal with the traffic. We, the residents, will deal with having to look at this monster. And specifically, the residents on Spurgeon Street will walk out their back door and look up at an 8-story building. How would you like to walk out your back door of your house, see a building looking down on you? I surely wouldn't. So let the workers build the building, but build the right building, not just some monster that somebody's come up with. This building is not the one. There are options. Look at all the options before you commit to yourself to this. The residents are not anti-development. We're only responsible development. Vote no on 2525. Thank you.
Alexa Lopez, Luis Lopez, Regina Flores,
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Being a resident and born and raised in Santa Ana, I fully support this project, new construction. Coming from a background construction, my dad worked construction mostly his whole life. He worked in Valencia and San Diego for most of my preteen years and up until high school. So I didn't spend much time with him in the evenings because by the time he got home, I was already asleep. And by the time I woke up, he was already gone for work to beat all the traffic. So why not give these union workers, which I'm in support of also, for all the union workers out there, whether it's a year or 2 years or 3 years, development, let them be here local so they can spend more time with their families, spend more time with their kids, Saturdays and Sundays, spend time with your family. Why not give that to them? Yes, they're going to move on later on to a different project far away, but at least they can say, hey, you know what? I got to spend time with my family and my kids and enjoy that time. Because once we miss that, we won't get it back. So I'm all in for this project, and thank you.
Regina Flores, Maribel Cota, Joe Lopez. Go ahead, please.
My name's Regina Flores. I was born
Bring
and
the
raised...
mic down a bit.
Regina Flores, born and raised in Santa Ana. They complain a lot about the transportation. I'm a bus driver. There's a lot of different routes that go through here. We got the train right here. We need housing. We need housing over here. These people are worried about where they're going to park the car. My house has a 3-car parking in front of it. I have a garage. They own the house, not the street, not the block. So we need housing. You guys really need to think about it. It'll be a blessing to a lot of families if this goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Figueroa.
Hello, my name is Maribel Cota, and I'm apartment manager here at Town Square in the city of Santa Ana. I am for the project, and the reason is because I constantly have to turn families down almost every day because there is never any vacancies. The complex that I manage is 318 units, and I still don't have availability for the families that come into my office. I understand the concerns about more people in the neighborhood, but someone had to make the sacrifice for you to be in the home you are living in. Now it's your time to make a sacrifice for others. I stand here as a voice for those families that cannot find a place to live. Just as the residents of Park Santiago dream to live in Santa Ana, there are others whose dreams stand in your decision today. I urge you to please vote yes on this project.
Thank you. Arthur Lerma, and then William.
Council, my name is Renee Figueroa. There's the one right before that.
Go ahead.
Mayor and council members, I have for this project, I am a middle-aged professional worker looking to support the union jobs. In this town, I believe we should keep the jobs for more revenues for our city. With this place, is a place even sounds like I'd want to start a new family for myself to keep the revenues in this city and for the people, for the local businesses. And that's why I'm for this, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Followed by William, and then followed by Danielle. No last names.
My name is Arthur Lerma, and Santa Ana needs these homes for the poor people, and they need to put the union workers to work. Thank you.
Thank you. William, no last name. Danielle, no last name.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for bearing with all of us this evening. My name is William Archie. I lived in Park Santiago for 6 years. The care and love that the local community has for the area is astounding and apparent. They are for families. They are for jobs. They are for current and new neighbors. They are for Santa Ana. Earlier this evening, just a few short hours ago, the invocation by the chaplain asked that we would have wisdom for tonight. We, as Park Santiago residents, are just asking for wisdom with a project like this where there seems to be a lot lacking. So I urge you to vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Julie Tomlinson. Joseph Torres. Go ahead.
Good evening and thank you. I am a first-time homeowner in Park Santiago, and I'll spare you the personal stories of the sacrifices that it took me to earn that privilege as a single woman, getting my own education so that I could own a piece of the American dream. But what I won't spare you is to say that if you think I or any of my neighbors have worked this hard to roll over now, you would be mistaken. This is not the location for this project. History shows high-density housing erodes a neighborhood, and these neighborhoods are the glue of a city that make it valuable and desirable and hold the city together. My name is Julie Tomlinson, and I live and work in Santa Ana. And I hope after tonight I can remain doing so proudly and say that my elected officials fulfilled their oath and represented my and my neighbors' voices in voting no against this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joseph Torres. Followed by Arlene. Deborah Dalton. Terry Casey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Terry Casey. I was born in the city of Santa Ana 55 years ago. I attended Jackson Elementary, Immaculate Heart of Mary School, and Mater Dei High School. I've been lucky to be a resident of the Park Santiago neighborhood now going on 2 years with my wife and 2 children. This development is flat out wrong for this location for all the reasons my fellow residents have stated ad nauseum this evening. The traffic, the parking, the high density, the height, etc. That is precisely why this lot is not zoned for this particular use. Our own planning commission has voted this project down. I was raised by an immigrant union carpenter, and I've been a construction management professional for decades. All the major publications, from the Wall Street Journal to the Oshie Business Journal and Government Studies, plus my own professional experience of late, confirm that there is in fact a tremendous shortage of skilled construction labor in the U.S. today. The outside groups that are coming and speaking here today in support of this blight on our neighborhood are just plain wrong in their assertion that any short-term jobs that would be generated are much needed. To me, they have no standing to weigh in on any matter before this body tonight. I respectfully urge you to perform the duty you swore an oath to perform and honestly represent the residents who elected you. Please look out for the residents' best interests, not the outside interests that have deep pockets. Join with your neighbors, your community, and your planning commission and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Raquel Casey, followed by Steve Swytak, SWYTAK.
Good evening. My name's Raquel Casey.
Bring it down a little more.
Good evening. My name's Raquel Casey, and I'm a resident of Park Santiago, and I strongly oppose the project.
Thank you, Steve. Followed by Stephen Dubikas.
You did well on the name, Swytak. Thank you. I'm Steve Swytak, and I'm speaking for myself and my wife and our family, and we've owned on 802 Grovemont for 46 years, and we live there, and we've enjoyed our stay here. Some time ago, maybe 30 years ago, under the leadership of Gordon Bricken, there was a traffic study performed, and as a result, Santiago was closed at the Creek. And can you imagine what would happen had Santiago remained open? We'd probably have a 4-lane expressway going from 17th to Orange. Well, the traffic measures implemented had as its underpinning an acknowledgement that traffic can kill a neighborhood. And indeed, the traffic that will be generated by this development will be routed through our development, through our neighborhood, because there's no other way to get out. You would have to be blind to believe in the EIR and what it says as being an absence of impact as a result of the traffic generated. The conclusion by Selena Kelleher and Vince Fergoso is that, quote, this project will contribute toward the improvement of the character of the northern section of the city and the enhancement of the area. Now, that must have been written for them by the developer, because anybody who has looked at the neighborhood and the probable impact of this development will say that is totally false. Your own staff are just reading what the developer has asked them to present. And I think the people who have spoken on behalf of the residents know that this project will create so much traffic, it will kill this beautiful flower that is the north segment of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, council people, members. My name is Joe Lopez, and I live in Park Santiago for the last 25 years, and I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Dubicas.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Steve Dubicas. I live in Floral Park, across from Park Santiago, which I consider pretty much a continuation of Floral Park. I lived there for 7 years, and when I moved there, my friends all said, "Why would you want to move to Santa Ana? That place is a dump. That's the armpit of Orange County." And then they came and visited the neighborhood, and they're like, "Wow, this is amazing. I never knew this was in Santa Ana." And I think that's part of the problem, is that people aren't really aware of Santa Ana and how great it really is in the neighborhoods. And as you've seen, there's been hundreds of people here that have come to talk about their neighborhood. And you've seen a few other people that have been paid to show up and talk about how great, we need, or how we need more housing, we need construction work for 2 years, and what have you. But I can tell you there's stack shacks and Lego lodging being built everywhere in Orange County, and it's really not promoting the city. So I believe that we need to keep and promote these rich areas of Santa Ana and not impose on them and constrict their livelihood. And that's basically all I like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Miguel Ortiz, followed by William Rogers.
Hello, Mayor Pulido, City Council. My name is Miguel Ortiz. I'm born in Santa Ana. I've lived my whole life here, and I am a Park Santiago resident for the last 10 years. I love my neighborhood. I love Santa Ana, and I'm proud to say that I'm a resident of Santa Ana. Since we found out about this project, we had a neighborhood meeting, about 200 people. I opposed it then. Then we went to the Sunshine meeting. We had about 400 people. I opposed it then. Then we went to the Planning City Commission meeting. We had about 500 people. I opposed it then. And now the last two meetings, about 1,000 people, and I still opposed it for a couple of reasons. One, it's too dense, it's too big, it's out of place, and it requires special zoning approval to get it changed. Park Santiago is a single unit housing, and it'd be nice to keep it that way. It's too big just to be. It's part of the. It's going to be part of the neighborhood. It just doesn't belong there. To go back to the Planning Commission meeting, the staff report said that they had to dig deep into their bag of tricks to find a special rezoning code to get it approved. But something really important happened during the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission that is a part of the City Council and that you guys voted for denied the project. Right? So they were smart enough to realize that it's not good for the City of Santa Ana. So once again, I urge you to vote like the Planning City Commission did, and as a voter of City of Santa Ana, I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is William Rogers. I live at 801 Grovemont. My wife and I have lived there for 15 years. I grew up in Santa Ana. I attended Santiago, Willard, Santa Ana High School, moved away for a while, and when our jobs took us back to Santa Ana, we asked a realtor anywhere but Santa Ana. Then he took us to Park Santiago neighborhood. We instantly fell in love with that neighborhood. I grew up with friends in that neighborhood and I'm proud to live there. I urge you to vote against this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Frazier. And then Kitty Canada.
Good evening, Mayor and Council folks. Name is Tom Frazier, been a Park Santiago resident for 28 years. Been through schools in Santa Ana from kindergarten all the way through 2 years at Santa Ana College. Also have been a member of the South Coast Air Quality Management District for 29 years, okay, and a proud Teamster member for 25 years and union steward for 8 years. And I'm here to say to all my sisters and brother union members, I'm for you, I'm pro-union, I'm pro-worker, but this project is the wrong project at the wrong place. There's plenty other places in the city that this can be built on. And Miguel, I know you're a pro-air advocate, pretty much environmentalist. You've done a lot for the city, putting in a lot of solar energy projects. And I'm kind of surprised that maybe you are aware, but this project has gone this far because, as someone previously said, the California Air Resources Board, as well as our district, has made strong recommendations, no rules, but strong recommendations not to build residences within 1,000 feet of a freeway. Hello, Highway 5, okay? There's a lot better places to build projects like this that are more friendly for commuters. We had a bus driver up here. That location at 17th and Grand, you have the 60 bus route going east-west. You have I believe it's the 56 going north-south. You're a mile away from the train station and probably less than that from the light rail system that's going in. So I strongly oppose this project. I'm for development, but not here.
Thank you, Kitty. Followed by, I believe it's Fernando Lopez.
Good evening. My name's Kitty Canada, and I did not prepare to speak this evening. However, I want to go on record opposing this project for all the reasons that my Santa Ana residents have mentioned. I've lived there 21 years. Ditto to everything that they've said, and please do the right decision and vote no this evening. And I'm cold, and I'm tired, and I'm hungry, and I'm sure you guys are too, so just vote no, and I'm green.
All right, about the fourth green speaker, Mr. Lopez, followed by Julie Alexander.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Fernando. Thank you for letting me voice my opinion today. Honestly, I believe that Addington would be a great project to bring to the city. I mean, it's better than an office building being there. More housing, great living. I even heard they're going to provide patrol. That already makes the neighborhood a safer place for our families. We also got to think about the generation of the kids today, the college kids, the ones growing up and want a place to stay near the campus. I do think that Addington would generate significant revenue for the city, more customers for your business, more jobs for the people, recruit more police. I do vote for the project, and I hope you make the right decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, followed by Brett Franklin. After Brett, we're going to have Sam Sanchez. Welcome, Brett.
Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of the City Council, thank you for this time. It's my first council meeting in 15 years, and I forgot how much fun they can be. I was a longtime resident of Park Santiago on Catalina Street and now live in West Floral Park. But my brother and his 6 kids live there, and so I'm very aware of traffic and other issues there. I come to this from kind of a historic perspective, and my issue is not with apartments, but with the high-density apartments, and also the misuse of the word luxury. When I went to Willard Intermediate, or junior high then, they began to buy churches and single-family homes and build high-density apartments, and they were sold as luxury. There were schematics and drawings of workout rooms and garden terraces and balconies with fancy furniture. And we were told that city workers were going to walk from Willard neighborhood to those apartments. And I can tell you now, while you've done a great job cleaning it up and the school itself is beautiful, that if you talk to anybody in those formerly luxury apartments, they'd like to get into something lower density, preferably a single-family home, even if it was renting or something smaller. When I graduated from Santa Ana High, across the street at First and Flower, they tore down a lot of homes and they built condominiums, and those were also sold as luxury. We were told that judges and lawyers were going to walk from the Civic Center down there, and if you talk to our officers, they can tell you that it's a problem for crime there now, and it's certainly far from luxury. The developers primarily that have come into Santa Ana over the years, most of them from Beverly Hills or Newport Beach and Linda Isle, and they've got lovely homes and lovely neighborhoods. And my experience has been that while there's some great projects, and I don't mean to impugn all developers, they see us as an easy mark. They believe that Santa Ana residents are dumb, or we don't care, or we'll passively stand by and allow anything to be. We should be thankful. I've heard that from developers. You're lucky that we're even here, even considering building in your city. And I know that none of you feel that way, and that's why you're on the city council and why you've held the job as mayor. And I've never seen a group of residents so unified. Normally things are split, but I really see the light. Anyway, thank you for your time. God bless you all, and I really hope that you'll hear what's been said and stand up with the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Sam Sanchez, followed by Flor Tena.
Good evening. My name is Sam Sanchez. I've lived in Santiago Park for 20 years. Along with my parents and my 2 brothers, we pretty much grew up in Santa Ana. We all own homes here. We moved into this neighborhood because of its unique personality. When I bought my own home, the real estate agent actually warned me that the seller primarily was interested in selling to someone that would fit the neighborhood. They weren't worried about the money. She loved us. She loved our story, and it's why I'm here. It's why this unique neighborhood is still here. I live on Spurgeon Street. My 6-foot backyard wall is going to share, space with this monstrosity. We're basically going to lose public parkland with this project, and many of us are going to lose privacy. I'm not opposed to the development of the space. I welcome it. I'm opposed to development of this high-density monstrosity. Instead, why don't we build something more meaningful, something more lasting? something more fitting that adds value. Townhomes, single-family homes, restaurants, tutoring, daycare centers, sports centers, dance studios, a museum or center for the arts. We all need this. So once again, I advise that this project be scrapped in favor of something more meaningful. I love Santiago Park. My family loves Santiago Park. We long-standing residents love Santiago Park. It's why we are all here. Please don't destroy this. Thank you.
Flor, Tena, Marcela, please go ahead. O'Sullivan next.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Flor Barajas Tena, and I am a homeowner in Park Santiago. I live in Valencia. And I actually chose to live in Santana. I looked at a lot of cities. And one of the reasons why I chose to live in Santana was because of its diversity. But I'm also raising a family. And I wanted to ensure that I was able to live in a pedestrian-friendly, I should say that I'm opposing this project first. I wanted to live in a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. And I believe that that is a question that I am raising, is that Park Santiago shouldn't only be the only neighborhood that is pedestrian-friendly where we can raise our kids. All of the children in Santana should have a place to live. It shouldn't just be my kids or the kids of Park Santiago. So you as a planning body have a lot of power over zoning laws, and you need to use that power wisely. Zoning changes are massive subsidies for developers. However, this developer is not required to provide any community benefits to Park Santiago or to the residents of Santana at large. When you have there is no requirement on the developer to do any community benefits for the cities, we need explicit requirements. This development, for example, wouldn't provide deep affordability. It's just going to provide market rate housing. So folks who think that they can live in this project actually will not be able to live in this project unless there are explicit requirements on the developer to require that, including for the construction jobs. We're talking about local hire. If there are no explicit requirements around local hire, for example, the developer and the construction and the general contractor can hire out from LA County, from Kern County. So this really isn't about a NIMBY versus YIMBY issue. This isn't about apartment owners versus homeowners. This really is about having a well-planned city. And so I am asking you as a policy-making body that you need to ensure that there is equitable development in the city of Santana. That's not just about this project, but that we look at things comprehensively when we are making decisions around development.
Thank you. You've become red.
So I oppose this project, and I ask you respectfully to also vote against this project. Thank you.
Marcela O'Sullivan, followed by William Archie. Marcela O'Sullivan is not here, I would assume. William Archie, Joni Archie, followed by Yvonne Pittman. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Joni Archie. I'm a resident of Santiago Park for 6 years, and I oppose this project. I urge you to do the same.
Thank you. Yvonne Pittman, followed by Eric Vismantas.
Hi, good evening. My name is Yvonne Pittman, and I've lived in Park Santiago for 24 years. It is the first home that I bought after I got married, and I hope I get to retire in that home. But I don't want to see my neighborhood congested with a lot of cars from this development. So I plead you to please vote no on this project. Thank you.
Eric, followed by Lindsay Thompson.
Good evening. How you guys doing?
Hope you're having as much fun as we are. I'm an 8-year resident of Park Santiago, a 19-year music teacher in Santa Ana. By the way, thank you, Ceci, for your support while you're in the school board. We appreciate it. And a 34-year member of the Santa Ana community ever since I joined Santa Ana Winds in 1985. It should be clear to you now that the residents of Park Santiago care about their neighborhood and the greater Santa Ana community. We understand the changing housing needs of the region, but this is a counterintuitive location to build. Tonight, the members of Park Santiago have expressed themselves in a positive, thoughtful manner, so I needn't add to the long list of concerns regarding the proposed rezoning. In short, on behalf of my wife, daughter, neighbors that could not attend tonight, Archie, Aaron, David, and Katie, I oppose the rezoning of 25 North Main Street. Please follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Lindsay, Eric Bastimas, followed by Lindsay Thompson. Go ahead, Eric.
I'm Lindsay.
Oh, well, go ahead, Lindsay. And then Tim Basalone. Basaloni.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Lindsay Thompson. 6 years ago, my wife and I decided to downsize after raising our children, and we're looking at buying a finished property. We looked in Brea, we looked in Fullerton, we looked in Anaheim, we looked in Yorba Linda, we looked in Orange. A listing came up in Santa Ana. I was out here in business doing a lot of driving around and thought, well, I'll take a look at it. Went into the neighborhood. The house was too small, but as I drove around the neighborhood in Park Santiago, I was amazed. The big trees, the streets, the vintage properties, the community feel that it had blew me away. It was something I didn't even know existed in the middle of Orange County. It was a slice of middle America in the middle of Orange County in this big metropolis. We bought the home 6 years ago. We've been grateful residents of Santa Ana, something I never thought I would do or be, and really grateful to do that. I understand a developer has an obligation to get the highest and best use out of their property, and I appreciate the fact that this developer wants to get the highest and best use. The project, as is proposed, is probably the highest use of this property, but this is absolutely not the best use for this property. I would ask you to oppose this property for the density, for the traffic and congestion, and everything else that's been talked about before. So again, respectfully ask you to vote no on this property.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Tim Basalone, followed by Camila, number 192.
Good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, council members. I know earlier the mayor mentioned a prize for keeping it short, and if that prize is a no vote, then I will cut it off right now. I'm kidding. My name's Tim Basalone. I live in the Park Santiago neighborhood with my wife and 2 children, and I oppose the project. I am tired, and I'm sure all of you are tired too, so I will keep it short. I oppose the project for all of the reasons that my neighbors and the Planning Commission have already stated so well. The project's too big, it's too dense, it doesn't fit the area. I urge you to follow the advice of the Planning Commission and the 3,000 plus voting residents of Park Santiago and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila Sorenstein, followed by Eddie Sanchez.
And just to let you know, I'm at 192. You're close to being done. Thank you for listening to all of us. I have been in Santa Ana for 56 years and living in Park Santiago for 23. It's a great community. However, this particular project is, for all the reasons stated before, is just too much. And I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed to the rezoning. And I hope that you agree too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eddie Sanchez, followed by Lori Horton.
Good evening. I'm a member of Local 652 and I support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lori Horton, followed by Gustavo Godinez.
Hi, my name is Lori Horton, and I have a little different perspective. I'm a new resident in the area here, in Floral Park, and I've rented for 2 years in a luxury apartment after we sold our home in San Diego. And the turnover in a luxury apartment in our building, our complex, and the complex next to us, two very large, beautiful complexes in Costa Mesa, the turnover is extremely high. It's very quick. People get in and they get right out. They do not stay. In the 2 years that we were there, we met a lot of people because they had a dog park and they were gone. So that is something to consider with a project like this. Also, being new to this area, I see Santa Ana with a different vision. I see Santa Ana as a beautiful place that you guys have done a tremendous job of renovating. We would come up from Costa Mesa to eat dinner in Santa Ana because it was so special. I encourage you, you see something in this, that you see that there is a redevelopment need, that there is a replanning need, that you need to relook at your plans, look at them, step back from this project, which is clearly not right, revisit your planning, and come up with a good community plan for the future, but step back from this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo Godinez, followed by Angelica Lopez.
That's Angelina Lopez. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for giving us this opportunity to address you on this important matter. For just a quick moment, some of you that haven't been on the council for very long, I don't know if you've ever seen this amount of passion from a neighborhood seeking answers to finding a good solution to housing. I'm opposed to this project. I've been a Santa Ana resident for 27 years. I live in Park Santiago as well. I've been very involved in the community, from PTA president, Little League, youth football, Scouts, Segerstrom Parent of the Year. I care about this community. I care about the future, and I care about the residents. I want to just echo Mr. Richardson's and Mr. Franklin's concerns about this type of project. It seems a little confusing to me why the Planning Commission can vote one way and you can vote another, and then it happens. I don't understand that. As a voting member of the community, it's kind of confusing to us, but it is what it is, and I'm sure it will all get figured out. Do not want the rezoning. The developer really should consider other locations. There's so many pockets of areas in our community that could be developed, that could be improved, instead of going after an office building that could turn into a really fabulous office environment. That's all I have to say. Please vote against this.
Thank you. Mark Trimble, and we're down to two. I don't know. If Mark's not here, then Robert. No, I meant two after Mark. Robert Gallardo, I believe.
Okay, I didn't write anything down because I didn't think I was going to talk tonight. That's why I'm number 200. So anyway, I've been a resident of Santiago Park for 10 years. And to give you an idea of where my head's at, I was a law enforcement officer for 28 years. And before I moved into my house, I literally went over there several times on the street that I was going to live at, and I parked myself at the corner to see what kind of activity would be happening in that area, because if there were gangs or any kind of major problems there, I wasn't going to move there. I found it as being a nice, quiet street, and we moved there. The issue that I'm looking at has to do with the crime impact when you increase the population in a community. Obviously, you're going to be doubling the population here by adding these 475 homes, which again is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 more people. Now, not all those people that are going to be moving in are going to be nice people, right? Some of them are going to have a tendency to commit crime. One of the big crimes that a lot of them have a tendency to do is burglary. And we see our weekly news bulletin that's always talking about burglaries in our area. Now, we also know that you live in a state that burglars are not sent to prison because it's a non-violent offense, right? If anything, they get probation. What's that mean? They get to see a probation officer once a month. So there's no consequence to them committing burglaries. And that's the only thing that I have to look at. I also was told that that we're going to be a little safe because they're going to hire security company to go around the building. Well, here's the thing. I'm 70 years old. I can get a job as a security guard. Okay? And if I saw something going on, I'd do like everybody else here. I'd get on the phone and dial 911. Okay? Because most security guards can't carry firearms. Okay? And when you call up 911, you're going to be looking at your watch. How long is it going to take for a uniformed officer to respond? Thank you.
It's Red. Thank you. Well, Johnny Carson used to say, "I've got the last card." I think it was Karnak the Magician or something, but I don't know if P.J. Bollinger is here or not, but I see people around. If not, then Robert was wait a minute, he is here.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is P.J. Bollinger, and I was a police officer here for about 25 years. And I'd like to talk about the crime that used to be here before development, before investment in this city. You can go down to 4th Street. It was chaos. We probably had about 100 murders every year, 100 homicides in the 80s, 90s. And the only thing that fixed it was development and spending money in the city, the infrastructure, building new apartment complexes, building new shopping centers, allowing people to flourish in the capitalistic society that we live in. And that's what I don't understand about this objection. Everybody seems to be capitalists, but nobody wants to live by those rules. So it's kind of hard to figure out when a few ranchers owned Santa Ana or controlled the territory, and they wanted to build houses 40 or 50 years ago, and the ranchers let them build houses. If these people were the ranchers, they wouldn't be in their houses now. So it's kind of comical that they're objecting to other people being as happy as they are. I don't understand it. Yes? No? Okay. Second, first of all, most of the people I believe that are opposing this are Republicans. And once again, if they objected back 40 or 50 years ago, they wouldn't be in their own homes. So I want to repeat that. And lastly, the elephant in the room, I noticed that almost, and I can say it, I guess, because I'm a white guy, almost everybody that objected here is white.
PJ, the light's gone red.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Clerk, I'm going to close the public hearing on this matter. Madam City Attorney, I'm going to close the public hearing on this matter.
Okay.
So the public hearing is now closed, and I'm going to bring it to council for questions and discussion and consideration. Does anybody want to start? Jesse, do you have questions? You want to start? Or Zane? Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilmember Iglesias, if you'd like to go.
Okay, so I just want to thank everyone for taking the time and being here, seeing that this is a very important issue that we are going to be voting on. I truly appreciate everybody's comments and concerns that have been expressed. A lot of information was shared, a lot of emotions came out, and I just, for the last gentleman that said it's only Republicans, you just struck a nerve with me. I am a registered Republican, and you know, it's doing the right thing for people. It's not about party. It's about doing the right thing for people. That's right. So, and it's not about the color of your skin. It's so I just hope next time you come prepared to speak and talk to us here, because that's what you just said. It's just so wrong. And that's the reason why a lot of things are happening here in Santa Ana, because individuals like yourself are dividing our community. So with that said, I do have I have a couple of questions for staff that I would like to ask and have some clarification on. So I don't know if Min or who's going to come up here, so address. So you'll address it from here? Okay. This is just different. Okay. You know. So, okay. I think it's better if you come here because I'm kind of like looking this way. So one of the things that I did, as you know, I represent, well, I was voted at large, but I was given the opportunity to run for City Council Ward 6, so I'm in Ward 6. I'm on the west end of Santa Ana. But one thing I did it was Super Bowl Sunday, that I said, you know, I was reading these, the EIR, I was reading the information that staff gave to us, and I said, you know what, I've met, and I did meet with the developer, Mr. Golnick, and also I met with some of the from the community members from Park Santiago, but I wanted to hear from the individuals and the neighbors that live behind the proposed development. And when I met with them, and it was Super Bowl Sunday, so for those of you who opened the door, I am very appreciative. Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for opening your door and for you're welcome. So one thing I asked them is like, you know, I want to hear from you directly. I want you to tell me what's one thing that really you oppose about this project. And what the things that I heard from them was, you know, we're not opposed to development. We're not opposed to someone coming in here and getting this building out of the in the condition that it is, but we are opposed to this dense project. So what they want is reasonable development. And I believe I asked you at the last meeting, how many stories is this building? So we can have it on record. How many stories is it? Because I hear 5, I hear 6, but then when I hear I see the parking structure is like 8. So what's really the number?
Let's first discuss it in terms of height.
Okay.
The height of the residential building to the top is at 75 feet, and then the height to the top of the structure is at 95 feet. So
95 feet.
That is to the top of the very highest point of the building, and that is the mezzanine or their loft areas and the their amenity rooms. So the building height to the top of residential, as I mentioned, 78, and the amenity deck is 95. That is the top of the height.
So 95, how many stories would that be if we were to put it in context of stories?
The average story is about 10 feet if you're looking at a development. So for example, a single family home for 2 stories, because depending on the roof height, can go anywhere between 22 to 25 feet. So the average story is about 10 to 11 feet.
Wow. So then that would be about, what, 9 stories?
So the parking structure itself is 8 stories in height. But that's not the highest point of the structure. As I mentioned, the highest point of the structure is their amenity deck. So that is at 95 feet.
So then the, I guess, this was presented to us by one of the community members. So then if I'm looking at it, it will be almost 10 stories high.
In terms of the equivalency to the average height, correct.
Then why are we on our city website putting it as a 5-story building?
So, as during my presentation in terms of the residential, we said that the actual residential is 5-story, but with the mezzanine and everything else, it's really 6 stories, and the parking structure is 8 stories in height with their amenity deck. So there are architectural features and there non-living habitable area that is a part of that. But we did describe that the top to the very top height of the building is 95 feet.
Yeah, so, but I still find that a little, not a little, I think I find it misleading. Because when you say 5 stories, I mean, if I've not walked that area, if I've not talked to the residents, I would think 5 stories, okay. You know, in the past month and a half, it's been one of the most stressful times of me being elected. Because I'm looking around, every time I'm driving, I'm going, okay, 4 stories, 5 stories, 4 stories, 5 stories. But I've never really thought about it. It's actually 8 stories. So when I look at an 8 stories that is, or 9 stories, it's very high. And just to see the impact that it's going to bring to that neighborhood, it's not fair. So one of the things also that I wanted to ask you was the traffic. I know that the traffic has been an issue, and parking has also been an issue that has been brought up by the neighbors. How? I just can't wrap my head around it. Like, how would you control that? It would just be 2 parking spots per unit. I mean, what guarantees us that they're going to stay there, that there's not going to be an overflow into the neighborhoods?
So the project has been conditioned to provide a capacity of 2 spaces per unit. The capacity allows the development to look at either providing it through physical space for two vehicles, or to look at other strategies such as valet parking, which is looking at increasing capacity using existing land area, which is a very valid and used in developments in other areas of the state. And then
but where in Santa Ana do we have something like that?
I'm not aware of any in Santa Ana, but it is something that can be used to increase capacity.
So, but if we want to compare apples to apples, I would want to see something that's here in Santa Ana. So you don't have anything that says this is how they do it in another development that we have just recently approved?
Not this would be one that would be leading the forefront on this.
Okay, so then what I'm hearing, one thing that I'm hearing is that, okay, we don't have control on how the parking is going to be controlled. Living on the west end of Santa Ana, I know for a fact our neighborhood gets affected by all the apartments, and they come and park in our neighborhood, and then we're left without a parking spot. So with me, that really that's personal because it's affected me, and I can only imagine how it's going to affect them. And I just, not having something that says that we're going to guarantee kind of doesn't give me an opportunity to feel comfortable.
So what we have incorporated into the project condition of approval is that there are a couple components that are required. One is a parking management plan that requires the development to always provide 2 parking spaces per unit. That parking management plan is enforceable under contract. It is recorded onto the properties and runs with the land. So regardless of who the owner is, that contract stays with the land and has a mechanism for enforcement by the city. In addition to that, that is coupled with a overcrowding mitigation plan. So that looks at the density of the number of people residing on the site. That as well is a part of the conditions of approval. So together, working those documents becomes legal documents that are enforceable by the city to manage the parking on site. Part of the mechanism that would require is that there's active management by the management company in terms of leasing to maintain and manage parking. This type of development is not a lifestyle for everyone. It is a lifestyle choice for the residents and tenants there. It is limited parking, no doubt. It's not a single-family home with unlimited potential for parking. So people that choose to live here and the management that choose the leasing will have to do a good job.
But is it going to be guaranteed?
Well, nothing is guaranteed, but it is by contract that's enforceable.
And I have an issue with that because it's like, how can you put us in a predicament of approving something that is not something that's in writing and is going to be guaranteed?
No, it is in terms of the 2 spaces per unit. It is in writing and it is going to be recorded on the deed of the property.
Well, that I get, but like enforcing the parking outside of the unit. It's
enforcement. What this gives the city the ability to do is to enforce using a contract mechanism, whereas today, if you look at existing projects that have been approved, the only means of enforcement is through the process of working with our police department, working with the traffic enforcement to address parking.
Oh, don't get me started with the police department.
So that is not something that we have used in the past.
We don't have the officers. I mean, that's
right.
Yeah, so it's not going to happen.
Correct. So.
Yeah. Okay, and another question I have for you, Min, and thank you for answering my questions. You provided to us this, and I believe it was also, we got this from one of the residents, but you also provided this to us in our presentation last week. The number of dwelling units for this project, it's being proposed to us as 81 dwelling units per acres, right?
Correct.
Okay. The Heritage, which I believe is also a project by the same developer, is it?
Yes,
is the Heritage
that's correct.
by the same developer?
It was entitled by the same developer, correct.
Okay. They have 65 dwelling units per acre. Why the difference?
So why the difference in terms of
the dwelling units per acres? And my understanding is that the Heritage, it was closer to industrial buildings. It's like an industrial zone. And then you're having an 81 dwelling units next to a residential. It's almost, 16 more?
So is your question, why did the developer propose a different density for the project, or why just the difference?
No, why the difference that that he proposed 65, and also the difference of why we are trying to see going with 81 instead of 65.
So I think it's best that we allow
can answer that.
Yes.
Because I was the architect of that.
Okay, that's what I was about to say. No, but not yet. So, at some point, the applicant is here, so you can ask that question of the applicant later on. But in terms of the density for the development throughout the city, we have different density in different areas. The range that was provided includes density, in the mid-40s up to the 90s. So. Different projects in different areas have different density. It's not necessarily consistent throughout the city, depending on the housing development location and the intensity of development in the area.
Yeah, but it's a big difference. 65 dwelling units, and if you multiply it by, I think it's 5.93, it's almost like, 385 units versus what we have right now before us is 476. That's almost 100 units less at the Heritage, which is a commercial, close to commercial, versus here, it's close to a residential. So for me, it's like, with all due respect to the developer, it's like, why didn't we take that same, with ratio for a project that is going to be next to homes?
Well, when we look at the development intensity in the areas such as Prisma, I think that's at 91 unit to the
No,
acre.
but I'm not talking about Prisma. I'm talking about the Heritage.
Prisma is also developed by the same developer as well.
But right there,
Right.
they don't have. I mean, it's right across the Santiago Park, so it's not really a residential zoning. It's more apartments, and I think we have the shopping center there with Mother's Market, and I guess where the old Barnes and Noble's at too. But my question is, and I think maybe I could bring up the developer and ask them.
We're gonna. So if I may, council member, and I may ask if I could indulge, maybe the mayor pro tem could just indulge me for 2 minutes. If we could just take a tiny break. I think one of the things that we didn't do is talk about how we're going to answer your questions. It's very important to answer your questions, and we need to do so in an orderly way because we're making a public record. I cannot have the developer coming up and doing that. So what I'm asking the developer to do is to write down the questions. They will be given an opportunity. So can we just take 2 minutes so that I can talk with them real clearly to make sure how we're going to establish this record? You guys can stay there. It'll be very quick.
If you want 2 minutes,
Yes. Stay right there. Don't
why don't we
move.
go to the bathroom and come back
There
as
you go.
fast as we can?
Thank you.
So a little 5-minute break, go to the bathroom fast.
When they went to Heritage,
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor. Corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir?
All right, if we can get everybody to start sitting down. If there's people out in the lobby or in the bathroom or whatever, if we can tell them to come back. As soon as I get 4 council members up here, I'll reconvene the council meeting. We have a city manager, we have 5 council members, so we have a city attorney, we're ready to go. All right, so do we want to just reconvene exactly at the point we were and answer a specific question, or what would we
You're in
want
the
to
middle
do?
of answering a question, I believe.
So,
Go ahead, please.
What I wanted to start is to also introduce our team that we have here as city staff as consultant that work on this project. The staff team that we have is our planning staff, consisting of the planning manager, our principal planner, and also one of our senior planner, Selena. Okay. The environmental and also our legal team on this. The environmental consultant is Renee Escario with RE Consulting, and Jennifer Lynch with Best and Krieger provided our legal review on this. From our public works agency, we have our traffic and transportation review team, Willem Galvez, Tay Higgins, Zed Kalula, and Ruben Castaneda. So that is our team. And I can direct any questions, to our team as you question, if you have them.
So just going back to the question that I had was with the dwelling units per acreage. It was the heritage is 65 dwelling units per acreage, right? And then this proposed one here on 2525, it's coming before us as 81 dwelling units per acreage. And I just want to hear from, I guess, staff or to see why would we even consider bringing something to us here at the council with that big of a difference in dwelling units per acreage, knowing that it's on a residential zoning rather than commercial?
So I have our CEQA consultant who did the environment analysis on the project, but she also happened to work on the Heritage project as well, and can answer the question regarding the density difference between the two projects.
Hi, good evening. My name is Renee Ascario. I'm with RE Consulting. I work for the city. I'm on the city's list of qualified consultants. I happen to work on this project. I also happen to work on the Heritage project also. There's a difference between the Heritage project and this project. The Heritage project was a mixed-use project. It contained, off the top of my head, I don't know how many thousand square feet of commercial uses, and it also included a 2-story office building. So the density was mixed between residential units, I forget how many DU per acre, 55 you said, and the density, the FAR, the floor area ratio density of the retail and the office building. So it is actually a much more denser project than just the 55 dwelling units per acre.
But it's a bigger property, isn't it, at the Heritage? I think it's, what, 18 acres? How many acres is it?
Yeah, it was a larger project. I don't have all the details in front of me. I don't have that document with me, but to look at the overall acreage or the overall density, I think you would have to look at the dwelling units per acre plus the floor area ratio of the commercial and the office building together. I can probably pull that up on my phone looking at it if you wanted me to. I just don't have the document with me. So I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, thank you for the clarification, but I just see the, I would say like...
It's just a yin and a yang. It's two different projects.
And I know it's two different projects, but the thing is that you're impacting a neighborhood. So for me would be why, it's a lot, 16 units, it's a lot per acres. Okay, so let me take one closer to Santa Ana here on 17th then. On 17th and Harbor, there's the line, right? That has what, 58 dwelling units per acre? And it's close to residential, right?
Yes, correct.
The line, no, it's on 17th and Harbor. Is that the one on 17th and Harbor?
Correct.
The line. And that's 58 dwelling units per acres. And why, I'm not against development, and I feel I have the same sentiment as the residents at Park Santiago. But I just see the density in it. It's just a lot. And I know the traffic study that you guys did shows that there'll be less traffic if we have this proposed project being developed than if we were to keep it as is with the commercial. When was that study done, and how can, if somebody can explain it to me on how that would work? That would have less trips? If it's a residential, then it would be a commercial? I don't know who would be that person that would be able to explain that a little bit better.
Yes, so we have our traffic team here. Willem Galvez will come up and help assist with that question. But essentially what the traffic study is study the existing office building. Based on the square footage of the current building, there is a traffic generation rate that is used to analyze, and that has a lower trip count than the proposed housing project. The proposed housing project has about 2,800 trips generated if it was to be approved. However, the existing site also allow for 380,000 square foot office building. So if you apply the traffic rate for office parking, that would be, I believe, around 3,800 traffic trips, which is higher than what the project would generate. So
I'm not getting it.
we evaluated for an EIR, CEQA requires you to evaluate alternatives to the project. The no project alternative. In this EIR, we looked at the reduced project alternative, and we looked at build out of the parcel under the existing zoning. And at maximum build out of the floor area ratio that's allowed under the zoning, how many trips would that result in? Under the ITE, Land Use Code, which is the Transportation, International Transportation Engineer, sorry, too many acronyms. Under a professional office use, under the existing zoning, it would be the general office building ITE trip generation rate. So that would generate more trips because of the maximum build out is 380,000 square feet. So it would generate 3,744 trips per day, daily trips, based on the maximum square footage of the building. Is that answering your question?
The building that we have right now?
Yes. Oh, the existing building?
The existing building, yes.
The existing building, using the same trip generation rates, would result in 791 trips per day, using the same ITE rate. 94 of those trips would be in the AM peak hour, and 94 would be in the PM peak hour, both coming and going. So there were actually 81 in trips in the AM peak hour, 13 out trips in the AM peak hour, which totals 94 under the existing building, if that building were reoccupied.
So it's only 791?
791 daily trips per day.
Versus
the proposed project
2,000
is 2,698. We should also talk about AM and PM peak hours, because that's really where the residents have been complaining where the traffic is, and not the daily hour. It's the AM and PM peak hour. The trip generation rates are...
and I wouldn't call it complaining. I think that they're concerned.
Concerned. Well, those are the comments. I'm sorry, the comments. The proposed project would generate 179 AM peak hour trips, and the existing building would be 94 AM peak hour trips. In the PM, the proposed project would generate 219 PM peak hour trips, and the existing building reoccupation would be 94 PM peak hour trips.
So then to address the traffic issue, then leaving the site as an existing office would be the best alternative? I mean, looking at the number 791.
Reoccupation of the existing building. Because it's 81,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Or 82,000 square feet if you round up.
Okay, well, thank you.
We've also looked at build out, demolish of the existing building and redevelopment of that site too, which is also provided on the screen. It's the third.
And I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's the concerns that that the residents have. And from the beginning, the questions that I've had for both the residents and also for the developer was, have you all had an honest conversation about this project? And just hearing from the residents, it seems like there's been a lot of miscommunication. And one thing that I'm very, I would say, concerned. You know, I respect the developer, and I know he's doing a lot of good things here in Santa Ana. And I want to thank him publicly that, you know, for him helping us get the link going at the homeless shelter. And there has to be this opportunity for us to be able to work together. So just hearing that there's just some things that are not adding up, right now I am not comfortable with the information that you're giving us. And if you guys have followed me through when I was on the school board, one thing is when something comes before us for voting, I like to have something that is a complete thing, because then you put us in a predicament if we don't have the complete project or we don't have all the questions answered, I always err on the side of caution, and I vote no, because I think we could be putting our city in a liability, and I believe we're putting our residents in a situation that is going to be permanent. So one thing that I've always brought to near and true to my heart is always about putting the constituents that we serve first. With my running for city council, one of the things was listen to the community, listen to the residents, and put them first. So right now, I don't know if anybody else has any other questions, but I would like to hear from them. But at this point, the way that it's been presented, it just seems so dense. It's so dense, and it's something that is going to affect the families. And especially the 11, and there was one thing I wanted to share. It's like, I know there's a lot of emotions going on with this vote. It's just, people pretty much just saying more than what they're supposed to. Because, it's something that's very personal to both the developer and also to the residents. But what I want to say is for those neighbors that I spoke to that live on Spurgeon Street, that you guys invited me to come inside your house and be in your backyard and kind of see, envision this thing in my backyard. It's something that is, for those of you here on the council, if you guys didn't, you haven't had an opportunity to do that, I would encourage you to do that, because it does really change the perspective. It changes the perspective on how things are going to be. And this project is a beautiful project, and I know I've expressed this with the developer. It's nice. It's going to bring a lot of revenue to the city, a lot of different amenities, and also a lot of concessions that the developer has given. And the Park Santiago, I know it needs not the neighborhood association, but the park itself, Santiago Park. It needs a lot of TLC. It's very, oh my gosh, the state that it is very sad. And I know that this would bring revenue for us to do something to that park. But with that said, I'm hoping that we could have a more sensible project that maybe after everybody here on the dais, my colleagues have questions, we can talk about how we can give it an opportunity for a true conversation, to have the developer and the residents come up with a project that we're all going to be able to live with. I want it to be a win-win situation. So with that said, I don't know if any of you guys have any questions. Okay, so thank you.
Councilmember Vince Sarmiento.
I guess I'm going to speak out of order. I thought I was going to wait and listen to some more comments, but I'll go ahead and make mine. I wanted to start by thanking everybody who came to spoke, both in favor and against. I know that these have been 2 meetings and 2 nights that unfortunately have been very cold as well. So for those of you that were outside, we certainly apologize. I wish we would have gotten a larger venue for everybody to be under one roof. That would have been good forethought on our part. I do want to thank our staff, because for as maybe clumsy as this looks like, there was a lot of work that was put into the presentation, and a lot of work by you residents to make counter arguments to what was presented for you, both in the environmental document, in the design and the conceptuals of this project. But this has been going on since 2017, I believe, since the latter part of 2017. So there certainly has been a tremendous amount of investment from everybody, and I don't recall seeing this much interest in one issue that we've had to deliberate on. So I want to thank the applicant as well, because I think, as somebody said, the great thing about Santa Ana is people want to be here. You as residents want to own your home, want to be not disturbed, and left to live, the quality of life that all of you expect. And I think there's also, fortunately, interest from the private sector to come in here and invest in the community as well. So the difficult job for all of us is to make sure that we balance everybody's interest. And even though this has gotten a lot of attention and we've had a lot of discussion and there's been long meetings, this is no different than some of the meetings that we've had on some other very sensitive issues, like where to place a homeless shelter. If all of you will recall, when the county was looking at placing a shelter before the link was developed, they looked at a site on Garnsey off of Grand Avenue, which was right adjacent to a multifamily neighborhood called Cornerstone Mini. Very low-income neighborhood, not many, no homeowners, just a lot of tenants and renters, but a lot of families. And, I don't recall there being as much interest when that was happening, unfortunately. And it was right by Kennedy Elementary School. And luckily, there was enough interest by the neighbors that they started getting the attention of the county. And I know some of us spoke up very loudly and said, it isn't the right place. That was a severe, severe impact. Not saying that this one is any less, but that one was a different one. Just like the chrome plating plants that are being proposed near Madison Park Elementary School and Madison Park neighborhood. So we have a lot of these issues where you introduce, unfortunately, incompatible uses right up against residential neighborhoods. You have the same thing in Delhi. There was a peaker plant that was being proposed, a power plant that was being proposed years ago in the Delhi neighborhood. There wasn't much outpouring of interest, and that was a very difficult decision to support it or not, because we knew we needed the plant, but it was right up against some homes and some schools. And so this unfortunately happens in a city that's as old as ours. There just isn't a good governing document, which is our general plan. It's so antiquated that you have, unfortunately, many incompatibilities throughout the city. One of the things I know that I tried to look at here was what's allowable. And I think the folks that made the most compelling arguments were the ones that said, not that you don't want anything, but that you want something responsible and something that makes sense. And I think those... So I get that. That's the more, I think, informed decision, because something has to go there. It can't be a dormant site. It can't be a vacant site. You're going to have homeless issues. You're going to have blighted issues. So there has to be something that goes there. And my question to staff, and I think they responded to me when I asked, not during a meeting, but when we sat down, was what's allowable? What's allowable right now by right? And what's allowable now is its zoned professional office, and I think the height at the rear setback, is it similar or is it different to what's being proposed now?
So the height existing now is, in the rear half of the site, is 2 stories. And what the project is proposing that's closest adjacent to the project site is 2-story.
Yeah, no, but I guess what I'm saying, what's allowable, not what's
3
there
stories.
existing. 3. Okay. And what's being proposed by the developer?
What's being proposed is 8 stories of parking.
Right up against,
2 stories.
2 stories.
Correct.
As it has a, I guess it gradually escalates, right, as you go further west.
Correct.
Right.
So the height of the buildings start to scale to 2-story, from 2-story to 3 stories to 4, and then 5 as it moves west to the site. And I do have a image that illustrates that.
Well, go ahead and put it up. And as you're putting it up, I guess, I know somebody said that they walk the neighborhood. Look, I've been walking that neighborhood since I was a kid. I grew up here in Santa Ana when there was, if some of you will recall, the old skate ranch across the street before the Discovery Cube. And there was an old furniture store, and I forget if it was Wicks or if it was Beacons. So, but I remember going there as well with my parents. So our family arrived in '65 when it was a much different time, right? And when it was not Main Place, but it was Fashion Square. And so, I'm very familiar with the neighborhood, and I know the streets personally. So we know that as we're up here making decisions, and if you look at the list of the projects that we've been approved and some of those that are being compared to the one before us tonight, I think it was late last year, Madam City Attorney, that we looked at the Elon. And I remember when it was proposed, again, not many people were here. for that one, but that one was probably the most dense project that we've approved. And there was opposition by not folks who were homeowners, but people who were going to be impacted on the south end of that development. So unfortunately, things have been done. Your neighborhood is very organized, and I applaud you for that. But we have so many gems in the city, not just Park Santiago, but we have, like I said, Logan neighborhood, Delhi, Madison, all those, And when that project was approved, the Elon was approved, it was wrapped in a overlay zone, and we never got to the merits of whether or not it was a good project. And so it's unfortunate that projects come before us like that. And it got approved, and again, there was people speaking against it, but not a lot of people listening. So here, you do have our attention, so again, I applaud you for that. What I think we're trying to do is I'm trying to remove sort of the personalities, because we talk about the developer is this person, the neighbors have this demographic. Look, this is what we're poised to do here is to deliberate on a legitimate land use decision. We're not sitting here as an appellate body. We're sitting here as a legislative body. What the Planning Commission did was not something that we are going to overrule or going to, are being appealed to. They really are an advisory body, if that's the way we have it in our charter, correct, Madam City Attorney? They don't make any final decisions on an EIR, on a development agreement, on a general plan amendment, or a zoning amendment. So those things are first impression for us. They're certainly important for them to advise us on what their opinion is, but we've deviated from their direction often and many times. We've went away from what staff's recommended. But all of you said one thing that I remember hearing. Listen to the experts. Listen to what people say that know this. And so we've retained consultants that are outside consultants, but we've also had our in-house directors of planning and other departments look at this. And Mr. Tai, do you and your staff and Mr. City Manager, are you guys recommending this project?
The recommendation from staff is for the approval of the project, and as we discussed, the Planning Commission recommended against that, but we did recommend it for the approval of the project based on the reduction of the units to 476 and some of the changes as well in terms of that's been incorporated into the project.
Right. So you recommend it based upon the adjustments, the reduction in height, the reduction in intensity, because I think what was originally proposed was 84.
The dwelling unit to the acre, yes,
acre,
density,
correct?
yes.
Okay, so what you're at now is 81.
81, the previous to that was 87.
Okay, so it was 87, and it was close to 500 units, right?
496.
Okay, let's round up to 500.
Correct.
So, look, I think that doesn't make a lot of sense. I think that there could be something that, again, I listened to somebody, it wasn't at this meeting, but the meeting before, where they said there's something that could work there on that corner, and it is on a corridor. One of the things that concerned me was having an ingress and egress on Edgewood, and I think that was resolved and that was removed, right? Is there a fire lane there, or is there something that's going to be impacting that street?
The only ingress and egress of vehicle is reserved for fire lane, an emergency gate that's only accessible by emergency purposes.
So do the residents, can they at all access the property from that
Not
site?
for vehicle access, no.
Okay, so Edgewood's not going to be an ingress and egress point.
Yes, correct.
One of the things I think that I certainly would like to see, and I think it's not a bad idea for the applicant to consider, is, look, the number 500 is just a very, very big number. And I think to me what I'm worried about is the traffic and the parking. Those are two legitimate land use concerns that I think are inevitable. And if you look at them anywhere, and for somebody to say, there's an impact, or look, there's always an impact. We can't have zero impact. That's why they're mitigating factors, and that's what we're looking at. How do you mitigate some of these impacts? And that's what we're trying to do, and that's what I think staff has been trying to do with the neighborhood and with the applicant. So is there any way that maybe you can speak with the applicant, whether we recess to do it or not, but maybe to bring that number of units down to maybe 300, something that's manageable, to bring that density per unit, per acre, down to, let's say, 70-ish or less?
That's something that would need to be discussed with the applicant directly as well, and they are here, and we can defer to them to that level of question, but absolutely we can discuss
Because
that.
if you look at the ratio, and you look at and you do a mean curve on this, and you see where things fall, that is much more manageable, and the impact is much more less than having an 84 or an 87 density unit per acre versus a 70, or having 300 units versus 500 units. To me, that would be, that would be something at least in the realm of, of consideration. So I'm not sure if that's something that we can do now, or if that's something that can be contemplated. The applicants here, they can, take out their pencil and see if things work out. But those are some of the concerns I would have.
Any other thoughts? If not, I could speak and then we continue. Go ahead,
Quick
Mayor Pro
comment.
Tem.
Just an observation. Mr. Min, how tall is that building again? 95 feet, you said? Is that the highest?
The highest point of the existing current proposed is 95 feet.
So if I want to stand on the roof of that place, I'm standing on at the height of 95 feet.
Correct.
Okay. And usually on the roof, and I don't know if the applicant has this on there, but usually on the roof they have the HVAC units, right? The heater, air conditioning, because of central air, really nice place. I get that. But if the height is 95 feet, and if we were to look, I sit on the OCFA board, just like my colleague here sat on there for a couple of years. I learned a few things. And, the highest ladder that we have in Orange County, and we have one here in Santa Ana, is 100 feet. So if you had a fire on the HVAC unit, which is where they usually are when, you have to get to it right away, the truck would have to pull up. It has to be 10 feet away so it'll be stabilized. The ladder will come out, that's 100 feet. But since it's at an angle, you're going to lose about 10 feet, so you can only do about 70, 85 feet, the maximum height. You're not going to be able to get on the roof. So I checked with the fire authority, and they would have to come in, drag all their equipment up. Average fireman carries about 65 pounds, plus all the equipment, tools, that's another 55 pounds. 100 pounds of equipment on a fireman trying to get up to the roof to help take this thing off. Now, if there's a sprinkler system, I get it. But I'm talking about the HVAC system. And I don't know, on some buildings they're on top, on some buildings they're on the side. There's just an observation that I had. And the height, talk about density, talk about the height, those are one of my concerns. And that's just a quick comment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Councilmember Bennett. Go ahead, Penalosa.
I just want to say that I agree with what most of my colleagues have said. And I want to follow up with what Councilmember Iglesias said with the parking. That's been an issue with me from the beginning. And I just wanted to, so it's currently, it's 2.0 units, parking spaces per unit, correct?
That's the recommendation, correct.
And that is including the possible valet part of it?
That would be correct.
Okay. And when it comes to guest parking, how does that play into the project? You have the units, but people have guests over.
So the 2.0 includes guest parking for the project site.
Okay. Now, what steps is the city currently taking with other projects in the city? Because I know, again, Councilmember Iglesias has mentioned the parking impact in her neighborhood, but it's something that, and I agree with it, and it's something that we have throughout the whole city. You can't find parking anywhere. So I want to know what kind of steps has our city taken currently, not possible, police officers or whatnot, but with the projects. I know it's in the contract, but are we doing anything today where we have actively gone out to current projects that are already built and existing and people are living in to make sure that parking management is being fulfilled to what the contract was proposed that it was going to do?
Yes. Go ahead. So we surveyed 2 existing projects to review the number of parking spaces that are used currently. And the rate of usage is about 1.7, 1.8 spaces for the multifamily dwelling units. Now, there are differences between the use of parking when you have an apartment complex with shared parking within a parking structure that's open, or when there is a development that has garage parking. Now, in those cases, we do have issues where the individual parking spaces are not being used, so we're looking at what we need to do to recalibrate the parking for those type of units. But for multifamily, when it's in a share structure, what we have found with our study is that it's around 1.8 spaces per unit. But this project will require 2 spaces per unit, and that includes guest parking.
And okay, so that answered that. And I just have some questions, just to again with the height of the project, just so I could personally visualize, because you say 95 feet. I know that's high, but I just want to see what kind of how it compares to nearby areas. I'm on Google Earth right now, and I'm trying to see. Do we know how tall the Discovery Cube is?
110 feet. If you can see on the picture, the Discovery Cube is right there.
Okay. What about the current building? How tall is that? The current building that sits on the lot?
You're talking about the current building?
Yeah, the current building that's there
that
now.
building is right about 30 feet tall.
30 feet. And do we know how tall the Citibank building is that sits on the corner of Memory and Main?
That's 10 stories high.
It's about 100 feet?
Right about 120.
That answers the questions that I had written down, because I wanted to just kind of visualize what this could possibly look at, and it is the size of it is what kind of has been an issue with me from the beginning, and I've been vocal about that to the residents and the applicant from the beginning. And it's just hearing the numerous comments that they are some are it makes me think, because I'm not here to defend any body or applicant or residents or political party. But I don't think this isn't really about a party at all. It's a neighborhood that is doesn't want feels like it's going to get impacted. But I also don't agree personally that this is going to bring burglary to the neighborhood. I feel that that's one of the what I had written down under pros, is that would actually limit the amount of current burglaries taking place by helping move out the homeless residents. And these are luxury apartments. It's not like you're going to have thugs moving in. You're going to have decent people that work. So that's I like a lot of what was said on both sides, and I'm just trying to think of it was one other question, but I'll come back if the mayor wants to.
Yeah, I want to make some comments, but first, Councilor Solorio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a variety of questions. I've been, looking at this project for some time, and definitely have been getting excellent, feedback and ongoing communications from Park Santiago Neighborhood Association. So definitely, big shout out to the leadership in sustaining this involvement. Many of you probably remember I used to be on the city council, then went to the state assembly, came back, and really the way I feel about it is, we were waiting to see what the EIR did, and it came back. I thought it would identify more impacts, but I probably was very disappointed that staff didn't do much more an effort grilling down on what that project is and what the neighborhood may like, because nobody knows that neighborhood or the character of that neighborhood better than many of these individuals that are right out here. and we ought not to roll over their head. Is the way I feel about it. I think the staff made some very minor suggestions that the developer was quick to implement, but I'm not really sure if it went far enough. I know that the project as before me on this agenda tonight, I'm opposed to it. I think it needs some work. And whether there are changes that we can make tonight or in 6 weeks or in 2 weeks or 2 years, I don't know, but I do feel that substantial work needs to be done. My planning commissioner is Ken Nguyen, and I think those of you that were following this project closely know that he voted against the project. And that's just kind of just to give you the sense of the freedom that I gave with him, and we've chatted about the project, but I continue to have questions. There's really a lot of actions in this item. Some are legislative, some are quasi-judicial. I know sometimes the neighborhood of certain leaders were upset that I wasn't saying whether I was for or against, but it would have been inappropriate for me to do that in a private setting and without the benefit of this information and hearing, and so that's why I still continue to have questions starting with the EIR. I mean, it didn't identify many impacts, but why didn't the staff try to do more in terms of bridging the results of the EIR versus the request of the neighborhood?
The project request from the neighborhood, we did meet with the neighborhood a few time on the project. The information that has come back is that the density preference of the neighborhood is a much lower density than the project that's currently studied in the EIR.
So you focus just on the density, and I think you nudged it down a little bit, but obviously not enough for the neighborhood to feel any real benefit. On the traffic, and I know we've focused quite a bit on that. I think the bottom line on that is that residential overall generates less traffic than commercial or office, as well. There isn't a lot of countywide demand for office, so we all need to know that. I do know in comparison to what is there now, this would generate more traffic, but if it was fully built out as an office can be, this is better, as well as traffic's distributed more throughout the day rather than just at peak time. So I think we addressed that. Some other things that haven't been addressed that I wanted to clarify, on Main Place, that's kind of come up, whether that did get addressed or not. I know whether it be a significant project like that or MacArthur Place, that I used to be on the Planning Commission and Council when we entitled much of that. We know that a few decades back, I think probably even before Mr. Mayor was on the council, there was a master development approved for the Main Place area. What they're projecting to build out now, which is some renovation, some expansion, is that density less than what they are already entitled to do, or how do those two things compare? Because something that the neighborhood's concerned about and I'm concerned about is cumulative impact, and so there's been this question on Main Place and the developments there.
So Main Place, you're correct, was approved back in the 80s for a development, and they never built out. The project was approved for commercial, office, hotel. What they're looking right now is to reduce the commercial component, reduce some of the office component, and convert that into residential. So the project is being analyzed to evaluate whether or not that conversion is either has more impact, less impact, or the same. So that's what we're
analyzing. But right now, in terms of just square footage or any other metrics, you're
in
not
terms
aware?
of square footage, they're reducing commercial, they're reducing office to accommodate for the proposed residential.
Okay, so you're not sure whether on the net it's more or less?
At this point, we're still studying that.
Okay. Distance from the freeway, I do know that there is ongoing concern with how close housing should be next to freeways. I don't know if there's a crystal line on what the state approves or not. But the location of this proposed project to the freeway, is there a staff person here that can definitively answer whether this meets state guideline or not?
Yes, the project site is located within 500 feet of the freeway. The EIR, we did an HRA, which is a health risk assessment related to the particulates and the emissions.
What I asked about, though, is there like a state law or guideline that this distance would be...
California Air Resources Board provides an advisory to evaluate the emissions that come off of the freeway, whether it's within 500 feet of a train, 500 feet of a freeway, or certain other situations.
Okay. So there's an advisory thing from CARB. Which
It's
is
an advisory
it's not
thing
a
to
state
look
law.
at,
Okay.
which we looked at in the EIR. And it was done at health risk assessment with a specific study done to evaluate that. It's an appendix to an EIR also.
Thank you. On security, I myself have real doubts about just having private security drive around town. I don't know whether there's precedent in this city attorney, or in other cities where rather than having private security be kind of a condition in the development agreement, that it might just be a contract with the city police department or something comparable. I'm thinking some months ago with the Orange County High School of the Arts, there was their kind of a contract arrangement. Again, just thinking what alternatives there would be to that.
Just to answer your specific question, how you choose to secure the security really is a policy decision, and it can be. Of course, I'd recommend that you consult with your police chief in terms of availability, cost, and so on, but it certainly is an option. Legally, it is an option.
Okay, I just know that's come with concern with what's being proposed. And then on parking, I always ask about that, talk about that. I think we're making a little bit of headway in what staff's proposing on these kinds of projects. I know in addition to what's already been asked and answered, on page 75E-171, there's more particular detail on the on-site parking management plan. And so it kind of is in writing that does need to occur, and there does need to be city approval. So I do think there's a lot of detail already there in writing. What I want as a mechanism, and I've said this before, whether it be as a function of what gets approved here or other similar documents with other housing projects, I think as council folks really want to get in the weeds on what appropriate measures would be and enforcement. Because the other thing we don't want to do, in addition to just allowing encroachment, is putting all the onus on city PD and traffic to mitigate, what might be problems with a private property. And so here there's still the ambiguity of they got to develop a plan, staff has to approve it, but, this is so significant that I think we want to get in there a little bit more. So we need a little bit more process on what are appropriate thresholds, because maybe we don't like what they proposed. And I don't know if our city attorney or you have an answer on really how far can we take that parking management plan, because that's something that's very near and dear to my heart with this project and others as well.
So the parking management plan is one of those documents that will survive the development agreement should the project be approved and get recorded. Our intent is to work with the applicant to come up with a proposed management plan, and if it's desired by the council, we can bring it back and present it to you at a future date, so that it is seen by the council as well as gets reviewed by staff and a recommendation.
And then this project again may or may not happen as it's being proposed. I'm saying this needs to occur with everybody, because again, we could say you're going to work with the developer, but if they're not willing to agree to something strong enough, I have concerns about that. And so at some point want to continue to work on that. I also know that housing is a real concern, and I know that I benefited from being able to find a studio on North Broadway many years ago when I first came to Santa Ana after UCI. And so I want to make sure there is appropriate housing for young families, young professionals, and so I am very concerned with that. But I also know there's often many housing projects or other projects that we build kind of for Santa Ana folks, but then we never put any controls in, so the folks that benefit are folks from out of town or people that are a little bit more insider in nature. So how might we, and maybe a question for the city attorney or you, how can we work with, and again, not just this developer, but for other projects as well, how can we ensure some level of priority for Santa Ana residents so that they kind of have, first option to know that these apartments exist and we want housing, step-up housing for individuals, which then, by the way, opens up more affordable apartments for others, in town. So, kind of two families would benefit, if you will.
There are many state and especially federal housing laws which wouldn't really allow us to discriminate about in terms of who gets what type of apartment units. I am aware of some incentive programs that have been used in some other projects when you're looking to provide this kind of step-up housing. There are some programs and some information that we could provide to you, staff, and the developer of this project, but we cannot absolutely require it. You cannot say that this
as a requirement. Yeah, I know some affordable housing. We've done some things that probably more incentive in nature. And again, this is the kind of thing where I'd like to build this into this, but how can we do this tonight, or do we need to deny it to later on? Make these level of changes. I want to continue to hear more from my colleagues, but that's another example of the type of question and concern that I have. And then finally, and it's been talked about, the height issue. I know with neighborhood leaders and city staff, I've talked a lot about the Mark and the Pinnacle down at Main and MacArthur near Sandpoint, and I was on the Planning Commission and Council when there was a lot of objection to that, but again, better coordination between the developer, the staff, and the neighborhood that unfortunately didn't happen here. But in looking at those, and they're probably 700 to 800 units there that they've been built out, and I think the neighborhood down there has seen it's not as bad as they thought it would be. But I did notice that the height of both of those projects probably are 3 and 4 stories high, not 5, 6, or 7. So I do want to see, if this project were to go through, I want to see, because it was a common theme tonight that this is too big and too dense in particular, and so that's what the neighborhood wants to see. And I do know there are a lot of reasonable residents here or back at home that they just don't want to see something stacked up so high versus the neighborhood base. So I just wanted to make that as an
observation. Before I make a comment, I just want to ask staff, should the developer have a chance to say anything, or?
Well, if you have questions of staff, you should ask them if you're done. If all questions of staff are
because I'm ready to call for the questions, see where folks are at, entertain a motion.
My understanding is the developer had reserved some time, but it's up to the developer as to whether they want to.
Would the developer like to say anything at this time?
Can I ask one final question before?
Go ahead.
Can you see the parking structure from the street? I know that the actual project is 5-6 feet? I mean stories, and the parking structure is 9. But can you see the parking structure from anywhere around the property, or is it just covered by the project?
So the parking is wrapped by the apartment units, so even though it's higher, it's located in the center. If you were to stand adjacent to the street, you would not be able to see it, but if you back up far enough at some point, you will be able to see it. So it's all perspective-wise.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ryan Ogolnik, developer, RC Alley, the architect. Thank you for all your time. It's been a long evening. Thank you, Park Santiago. I'm listening to you. I know this council is listening to you. Let me raise up a little bit. I consider Santa Ana sort of a second home for me. I spend 2-3 days a week in Santa Ana. I love Santa Ana. I think in listening to the folks tonight, I think some changes to the project are in order. I'm prepared to do significant changes. If it's okay with the mayor, having thought about this from the last hearing and coming into tonight, we've put together some potential revisions for you guys to consider, both in massing, scale, height, density. So if it's okay with you, we'll just show a few slides.
Go ahead, but ultimately, I don't think we're really going to be able to consider that today. Today we have the project before us. But go ahead, Ryan. I mean, if you got a photo or two, go ahead.
It's not going to be long. So it's very quick, just a few
Go
changes.
ahead.
So if we could go to the... why don't we go with this?
Mayor, perhaps we could ask the city clerk, in the last, when we did this, I know the developer did reserve time. Do we recall how many minutes the developer had reserved in their last, at the beginning of the public hearing?
I recall it was 10 minutes.
And how much did they use of their 10 minutes?
I don't recall the time.
20, 30 minutes.
Just keep it brief and go forward.
We'll go as fast as we can. It's late. So what we're suggesting is the apartment portion of the project, as it's currently in front of you coming into this hearing, is 6 stories. We're recommending to remove the entire 6th floor of the building. We're recommending removing 50% of the 5th level. We're recommending removing 2 levels of the parking garage as we remove density, still keeping the same ratio of 2.0 parking. One quick side note, we've studied Southern California projects, our projects, other projects in Santa Ana, and we agree with staff. With guest parking, we're seeing 1.7 to 1.8, and those projects are typically 50% twos and ones. This project's 70% ones and 30% twos, so it would be less parking. On top of the garage in the center of the project is a 19-foot structure of about 4,000 feet. That structure houses the gym in a clubhouse. Removing that structure, relocating it where units are currently located, drops it by 19 feet. In addition, because we're taking out units, we can keep the same 2.0, and we can take out 2 levels of the garage. So between the 19 feet and the 2 levels of garage, that's 40 feet. So the highest point of the garage would go from 95 feet down to 55 feet. How many units total? We'll get there. In addition to that, as Councilwoman Iglesias has said, I've also met with the folks, I think 6 or 7 that live on Spurgeon, and I'm sensitive to them, and potentially they're the most impacted. So in order to address that, we'll move the setback, which is currently at 40 feet, to 52. The current zoning is 50, and I believe the existing building's at 50. When we do all these changes, the overall mass of the existing of the application coming in today is shifted and reduced by approximately 25%. From our first application, the massing and scale is reduced by 37%. And now let's quickly, RC, just go to a couple images. So I know that I said that all quickly and it's late, but by removing the 6th story and the 5th story on Main in Edgewood, so what RC is showing now, this is the building coming into today's hearing. Changing the height will reduce 2 stories on Main. We'll also, you show what's before and after? That shows the outline. So we're going from approximately 62 feet on Main. That's the apartment portion down to 42 feet. And then as we turn the corner on Edgewood, similar. We're going from 60, we'll take 2 stories off, and we'll go from 62 feet down to 42 feet. I think that covers it, RC. We don't have to show each picture. And then one other quick point that Councilwoman Iglesias made about the Heritage Project. The Heritage Project was on the site of 18.6 acres. 2 acres of it is an office campus, 1 acre is a central park, and 1 acre is a road. So the 18.6 is actually 14.6 of apartments. Divided by the number of units, it comes to 83.6 units to the acre. So this, as proposed tonight, is pretty similar, but with these changes, we're going down to about 69 units to the acre. We do have plans that reflect these changes. RC, can you come back up quickly? Let's just show that real quickly. It's just 2 more images. The unit count goes, depending upon the option, in the high 300s, 385 to 395. So it's a loss of about 125 units from our first application. It's a loss of about 100 from our second. And then going into tonight, it would be a loss of roughly 75, 80 units. It's on this. It's on this. There we go. So what this shows, what was coming into tonight was 6-story. The darkened area will be reduced to 5. The area in the back is already terraced from 2, 3, and 4. And then what this darkened area shows is on Main and Edgewood, that was previously 5, and that will go down to 4. I think you guys all get it, right? So any questions on what I had to say?
Thank you.
Okay. No questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, let me say my piece, if I may. I've been around here a while, and I'll tell you, I don't think I've ever seen these many people with this much history. If we were to figure out people years, people came up and they said, I've been here 45 years, I've been 56 years, I'm a second generation, or I grew up in the neighborhood and now I'm older and I love this neighborhood and now I get to live here. It's just amazing, the history and the fabric of this community. And I believe that the project right now, what we have before us is a project that's proposed, and to me that project doesn't work at that location. When I see other projects that have height and have massing and density, I look at something like the Mark, for example, down on Main and MacArthur and south part of the city, across from Sandpoint. But if you really look at that project, it's across the street, and then it's got a pretty good setback, and it's not 95 feet. It is less than that, and that I think is being sensitive, if you will, to Sandpoint neighborhood. And I think we should always strive to do that, especially when it's a private development, and that's what this is. This is not, a general attraction like, let's say, a Main Place. That's a regional attraction. That's a regional center. There's different factors that come into play. This is an apartment complex, period. And, we're already doing, I don't know how many units, but I know it's thousands of units that are right now being considered in the city. If you look at what's going on Harbor Boulevard, if you're looking at what's going on around Main Place, if you look at some of the, just go like this. If you want to apply, just go, let's go like this. There you go. Yeah, take a picture, Juan. Everybody's going like this, but all right, he's going to post it. Quiet clapping. But look, there's a ton of development going on here in the city, and our neighborhoods. And I know we can't. Look, we've lost some neighborhoods. French Park. I went to Debbie McEwen's going away party recently because she's selling her home, and she was active in French Park forever and ever. We've done a lot of development around French Park, and there's a few homes there, but a lot of the fabric, a lot of what French Park used to be, really is no more. And it's sad to see that. And, Park Santiago is an intact neighborhood, and that means a lot. Yeah, there you go. That's better. And so for the folks at home, they're all going like this. And that's why you don't hear them anymore. So look, I think if this project's going to be redesigned, if folks are going to work with the neighborhood, if it's going to be a real deal, we should do it, but we should do it the right way. The right way means start from the beginning, go through our process, go through Planning Commission, and then let's see what a project looks like as it comes back. I think that's the way to do it. And for the staff recommendation that's before us today, I would have to vote against that recommendation before us today, and just go back and try to do this right.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to deny the staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion to deny the staff recommendation. I'll go ahead and second that motion, but you have a question? Councilman Iglesias?
What's the process? How long does it take for it to go through the entire process, going through the Planning Commission, coming before us? Because it's been, since 2017, so it's been almost 2 years? Or how long has it been since?
It was November 2017, the application was filed, is that correct? 2017? Yeah. October of 2017, the application was filed.
So would it take that long for us to have something come before us?
Certainly not. We're going to be starting with more information and more data as far as an environmental impact report.
So how many months would it be? What are we looking at?
So with the recalibrated project, we could be looking at probably 3 months to 4, 3 to 4 months to come back.
3 to 4 months. So my understanding would be that, okay, if we don't go with the staff recommendation because we really can't make changes at this point, then we would have to go back to have the integrity of the project and everything. So you have to go back and go before the Planning Commission again. But are we going to be having like the sunshine ordinance and all that? Okay. If you could just explain it to me, because this.
Yeah. What we will do is you're going to have a revised application. You're going to have somebody who's going to revise their application. Staff will have to analyze that application and make sure it goes through all the proper steps within our code. And that may include the sunshine ordinance because it's substantially modified from what it used to be. So we'll take very cautious steps to make sure the process is done correctly. And that will take some time.
But it'll be about 3 to 4 months, is that what
I think a little more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to just say, I think you should give us the opportunity to take a look at it. I do believe you have your options. If you're going to deny the project tonight, I think that's the motion that's on the floor. We'll take a look at that and we'll decide, working with staff, what the process looks like. I believe that those items will apply. If you're sending this project back to the Planning Commission for a look, that's a little bit of a different process versus starting absolutely from go. So what I hear your motion tonight is a motion to deny.
Correct.
Versus sending it back to the commission, and that will make a difference in terms of timing.
Mr. Mayor, I have some questions.
Councilman Sully, and then I wasn't done with my comments, but go ahead, and then you, and then Councilor Vince Sarmiento.
Well, if you're not done, why don't you go ahead and...
Well, the only thing I wanted to also add is that I mentioned earlier the integrity of a neighborhood, and I think this project, at the end of the day, should not break up that integrity of the neighborhood. And why are all these people here? Why did they stay? Why don't they leave? Because they love it. They love it. And we want them to continue to do so. I mean, what makes us different from every other city in Orange County? Our history. our history, our character, our neighborhoods, the fact that every house is different. You can go, just go like this. You can go to many cities, and maybe the name of the street's going to change, but there's no soul there. There's no reason to say I want to be here, and so I see a whole community here very together with a very strong unified voice, and therefore I think if we look at a different project, whatever it may be, it is appropriate that they get input from the beginning to the end. And if the changes are going to be significant, as they were suggested, maybe there'll be a compromise that works. That's to be determined. But I think that process matters, and that's why I supported that motion. So now let's take comment, Councilor Solorio.
Yeah, I just, for clarification, but really more questions as well, I don't think I heard the city attorney or staff say that we couldn't make tweaks tonight, even along the levels of what we've been discussing. I think I hear my colleagues saying, right now you have a substandard situation over there. We need to improve it. A big question is we want to see less scale, less density, less of the issues the neighborhoods are talking about. The question is, how much of that can we do tonight? If you want me to vote the other way, please keep being, keep interrupting me. But I have some real questions here. So, if you don't mind, let me continue. I hear my colleagues and others saying they want to at least look at what less density might look like. The question is, can we do all that tonight or in 2 weeks or beyond, or do we need to deny? Does it need to go back to Planning Commission? I'll tell you though, having been doing this stuff for a while, the EIR sending it back isn't going to change much. The Planning Commission review and staff reports isn't going to change much. So really it's more of a policy discussion and what the neighborhood's willing to do with the developer to give us more of a comfort that we've addressed the critical natures. And we've heard hours and hours of testimony, but not really haven't had the back and forth time to answer all these questions and clearly work with the neighborhood on what might be there. And for example, I forgot to mention, but something very important for me, I'd like to see, and again, whether this project, a revised project, something else, I'd like to see condominiums. I'd like to see home ownership opportunities. I don't want to see just apartments. If you have condos, these are folks that have skin in the game. They're going to be around, given a more substantial way. So I'd like to see, I know the staff report and analysis says, condo map, et cetera, in the future, but I'd like to explore, can we, whether again in this project or revise or something else, require that, for example, at least 25% of the units be condo. That's what we ended up doing, with the Pinnacle and Vantage townhomes. That's what we did. It was the same kind of thing. There was going to be way too many apartments. There was an interest in, mitigating it. But again, time-wise, can we do that tonight or in 2 weeks? We got to find that comfort level.
The level of changes that I see proposed tonight, both in the pictures and the policy questions that you're raising, in my opinion, cannot be addressed tonight. I think that they are significant. I'm also hearing the council, and I'm listening to the motion that's on the floor, that what you're asking for is really that you want to be responsive to the neighborhood. So I don't know how we could, at 11:30 at night, really try to start to negotiate with the neighborhood. I believe that in order to have more transparency, you're going to need to have a few more public meetings. I think if you want to do this right, you want to give the applicant the time to go talk to the neighborhood. Because that's what I'm really hearing is a neighborhood wants to hear a little more. And
right.
So that's what I suggest.
One last comment I'll share before the rest of my colleagues could speak is, the developer threw up some slides with height and number of units, but I want that vetted. I'm a trust but verify kind of guy. Does it really, add up or not? But process-wise, my last question is, they obviously have paid a fee, paid for all this stuff. What would only really through a continuous, can we keep the process in play? If we do something else, do they got to start from scratch?
Here's what I would recommend. There's a motion on the floor to deny the staff recommendation. I would suggest to you that you modify that, maybe amend it to direct staff to go work with the applicant on what this new review will look like.
And the neighborhood.
And the neighborhood, right. But I believe that there's 3 steps. One is that you have your staff analyze everything that you talked about tonight. Step 2 is to go back and talk to the applicant about whether the applicant is willing to take some of the steps necessary to make this project successful. And step 3 is to take it back to the neighborhood.
Right.
And you may, in good practice, may want to let the planning commission take a look at that so that it can be vetted before it gets here. That's why they're an advisory body,
Right.
so that we don't sit here through 200 speakers. This process, obviously, for us didn't work if you had
This
200
time.
speakers show up at your council meeting. This really needs to happen at a different level. That's my input.
So I'd be open with a month or 2-month continuous to do all that, but obviously I'm only one of 7 up here. One of 6 today.
One of 6. My concern is just the integrity of the process, that we're compromising it. So I think it's just cleaner, if the developer really wants to do this, it's just cleaner to start clean. If it can be expedited, we'll expedite it. It'll come back to the council. It'll go through all these folks, and we're not doing, secret meetings or things that it's like.
No
gee, I
one's
missed the
advocating
meeting.
for
Now, what are
secret
you
meeting,
doing?
Mr. Mayor.
No, but it's cleaner to do it clean. It's cleaner just to start from scratch. We're all set up for that. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah.
There might be a possibility even that it's something other than apartments. What happens if that were to happen? That's a possibility. And the only way that's going to happen, I think, is if we take a fresh look at it. Okay, a couple
I hear
questions.
the motion
and let's
on the
go.
floor. I just want to make sure that the
Councilor
motion's clear.
Peñalosa?
Yeah, I definitely don't think that we should start from scratch, because this is almost 2 years of it'd be wasted time on the community, wasted time on the applicant, wasted time on our behalf, and I don't think we should start from scratch. I think that, and I'm trying to understand the process of these changes. We talk about, making changes, and we hear people yell, no rezoning, so we know that whatever is proposed is not going to be accepted if it's residential. So at this point, it's not even the size of it. It's no residence is wanted. Which is that the truth? See, so it's not even a concern of size anymore. So I don't think we should start from scratch. I think that with all due respect to the neighborhood and the applicant, I feel like there's been a lot of things that have been contributed to trying to find some middle ground here. And I think that we should work. Can you guys please stop being disrespectful? Please? Everybody that's yelling? And I think we should, because it sends a bad message to, this is why it takes years for anything to get done in our city, because of these delayed processes. So I think, I kind of agree with what Councilmember Solorio was saying.
Let me go to Mayor Pro Tem, please.
There's a delay process because the general plan hasn't been updated in over 30 years. So every time somebody wants to come out and do a development, it's got to come before the council. And I'm just afraid that some of these, you know how politicians can be, they want to try to squeeze something out of these people. That's the truth. So, you know what, it's better for us to invest in the general plan, and there won't be any of this rezoning things. That's one of the things that we got to look at. Let's keep it clean. And this is why it's before us right now, because it needs to be rezoned. And those are my comments, but, at what point, you know what's going to happen? If we want to start all over again, they're going to come out even stronger. This is significant. This is, you got to, at what point are we going to listen to the residents? That's who put us here. And so those are my beliefs that, we have to, it's a balancing act here. But this is, get the hint.
All right, look, we're starting to go around in circles. Another couple comments, and let's see if we can vote. Councilmember Vince Sarmiento.
Thank you. So what I've been hearing up here is the same thing I think the city attorney's been listening to, is that we have a difference of opinion, not on whether we should go forward tonight, because that obviously is something that's off the table, but it's how we proceed going forward. Do we go ahead and just, restart and do a whole new environmental document, start from scratch, and we're back here again through a long, prolonged process? Or do we send this back to the Planning Commission with public hearings with the neighborhood and with the applicant, with the revised plan? So just to be fully vetted, there's a motion on the floor to deny and not go with staff's recommendation, I would propose that I'm going to propose a substitute motion that this gets sent back to the Planning Commission after work is done with the applicant and the neighborhood and staff. The only thing I would add to that is, Mr. Mayor, I wish you would have been this critical of a project when the Elon was being proposed on First Street. And when the Willowick project comes up, which is 100 acres, it's right up against the Santa Anita neighborhood. Please be as
I
critical
know,
as
and
that.
I will tell you that that is a regional project.
No, that's not. It's
and
a
that's
city
why I'm
project
at-
within the city boundaries, Mr. Mayor.
It's a regional
And it's
project in terms of the use and the benefit.
There's a neighborhood that's not as well developed as this one, not as affluent as this one. I want you to be just as critical about that one when we move forward on that. So please.
That's
remember-
why I made those comments, Council Member, because I see the nature of a potential stadium as being different.
Let's just not be hypocritical
than
in positions.
an apartment
That
complex.
is my ward, and I will protect it.
Right. So with that,
Is there another motion?
he made a substitute motion.
Was there a second to the substitute motion?
That's my question to ask Sonia.
Just wanted to know. I just-
Is there a second?
I'll second it just so we can have more dialogue, because I have a legal question to the motion. The substitute motion is to send it back to the Planning Commission, but process-wise, given fees and everything else, is that really a doable route, or should we instead just have it come back to the council and...
So
and, you know,
I hear the substitute motion as to the Planning Commission after working with staff and the applicant. That's what I heard.
That's correct. So it's not going direct, I mean, look, to send it back to the Planning Commission as is, we're not getting anywhere. But if there's work done, if there's adjustments that can be considered, and if there's resistance, then the Planning Commission is going to advise us that nothing's changed, right? If there are substantive changes, my only concern is that, again, will the EIR documents survive substantial modifications? That's the legal question that we have to have answered. So hopefully it still remains within the confines of what substantial changes are, and we still can get this through, because we're spending staff time on this, we're expending a lot of resources, so to the extent that we could put this to bed at some point and not have it reappear and go through this whole process for another year, it just makes much more fiscal sense to me.
So as revised, which is really then to send it back to the Planning Commission, but with staff working with the developer in the neighborhood, clearly there's not the support tonight as it is, and I kind of like where the developer wants to head, but it's not there tonight. But I also don't want to just keep spinning our wheels, so with some staff involvement.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on a substitute motion. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
I'll vote no as well. So with that, we move on.
So what was the vote? Can you announce?
4-2.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify that this will be sent back to the Planning Commission after consultation with staff and the applicant and
Correct.
the community. Yes, okay.
All right, guys, so more work. Okay, be quiet as you leave. We're going to keep, we still have a council meeting to undertake. Madam City Attorney, everybody, if you can just keep it quiet as you leave, please. Just keep it quiet. City Attorney, is there anything to report out of closed session, please?
We have no reportable action, although direction was given to staff on a number of items.
All right. So with that, I'd entertain a motion on the consent calendar, unless people have items to pull.
19D.
You want to pull it?
Yes.
Any other items to be pulled?
Make a motion to approve the balance.
We have a motion on the balance.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. You have an item to be pulled? Okay, on 19D, I have some speakers. Karen Rodriguez, followed by Fabiola Zamora, followed by Sari Apero.
Good evening. My name is Karen Rodriguez. I'm a Santana resident, and I'm here to discuss item 19D on behalf of Accord. I urge the City Council to continue the item, the request for proposals for the sale of city-owned properties, until the city can demonstrate how it plans to comply with the California Surplus Land Act with these sales. In the staff report prepared for this agenda item, the city fails to explain how it will comply with the Surplus Land Act and its requirements, and provisions relating to the notification and the prioritization of affordable housing. This city council has led us down a path of illusion, telling residents who have advocated for the prioritization of community-led development under the SLA that it was impossible because these parcels proposed for sale are considered remnant, meaning they were not developable and of no use to the city. Now you tell us these lands are in fact exempt because they were being held for the purpose of sale. Nowhere in the staff report does it indicate that that was the intention for these lands. The intention for these parcels have not been made clear. It's been spun into a contradicting web of confusion. They can't be defined as both remnant and surplus. Therefore, the city must state how you classify this land with well-written and well-documented evidence. By 1, clearly stating how this land is being classified and be consistent. 2, provide this evidence to the public before releasing a request for proposals. Accord's mission is to ensure that there is equitable development in Orange County and specifically in Santana. We believe that selling off public assets without consideration of the Surplus Land Act is absolutely in direct conflict to promoting equitable development, which you all just talked about right now. Not only is the City Council demonstrating their lack of consideration towards state law, but complete disregard of the residents. The residents of this community demand that their elected officials champion their most urgent, basic, and fundamental needs. Selling and disposing of these public lands is reckless and betrays a true, honest, and transparent process. We ask you that you continue item D until you, the mayor, and the members of City Council can answer how you plan to comply with the California Surplus Land Act.
Thank you.
With the sale of these public lands.
Thank you. Now, Luis Sarmiento, are you here?
Good evening. Hello. Check, check. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Council members and mayor. I also would like to ask you to postpone or continue this item and not release the RFP. I also want to mention that many residents who were here to speak on this item had to leave. In particular, folks with families had to go home. And also, I do appreciate that there was some really healthy conversation tonight about development, and we're happy to see residents mobilize here in the city to bring up important questions about development to the council, and that's what we would like to continue. We would like to see that continue to happen around these public lands on Bristol Street. So we would like to ask you to not sell these public lands. I also would like to note that the essence, or the Surplus Land Act, which we would like to talk more about, in essence requires cities, and this is a state law that requires cities to prioritize affordable housing and open space. We know that the lack of open space here in Santana is critical and has caused all kinds of health issues amongst our youth and amongst our families. And so please don't try to skimp around this state law, but rather address these needs in our city by working with residents and work with community groups that are bringing forward viable solutions and viable ideas, folks that want to be involved in development, folks that want to be a part of these solutions using this great opportunity that we have with our public lands. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Isuri Ramos, Marta Sanchez, Kaylee Levitt, Laura Pañolos, I believe, P-A-N-I-O, it looks like a L-S, Sara Aspero, Fabiola Zamora. I think that's everybody. All right. So with that, I'll bring it back, Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, given the fact that so many speakers are not here, they probably did leave because we had this other larger, more well-attended issue before this. And I think, for staff, if they don't mind just answering a quick question on this, is there some urgency or time sensitivity to addressing this tonight? I know we want to get moving on doing something with these remnant parcels, and I think there's a legal question on whether or not the SLA applies. I know that there was a memo that was circulated that says that we've disposed of other properties, without being hindered by the SLA. But again, I think that there's still an open question. I certainly have a question about whether or not it applies. And even if it doesn't, why can't we use those, those goals that the SLA has of trying to promote open space and affordable housing, for some of these lots that may be applicable. Some of them won't work for any housing, and they only make sense sometimes to the adjacent property owner. Others may, and that's just something I think we should consider because it's a significant number of remnants. I saw the matrix, and it looks like there's a lot there. But is there any harm in continuing this for the next meeting, given that we've had such a robust discussion on
Is a
something?
2-week continuance okay?
If I may, whether we continue with 2 weeks or 2 months, we're going to be coming back with the same recommendations because all of these properties are exempt from the public lands sale. They were never used for municipal uses. We consulted with the city attorney, and that was the opinion given to
Well,
us.
if the
before we
council member as a
proceeded.
courtesy
Yes.
wants 2 weeks, is there a problem?
If it's, I know they're use restricted, right? Therefore, the Bristol widening, all the proceeds would be.
With all respect, I'm just being, straightforward and frank with you. There are restrictions on the sale of this property that came when we acquired these properties. We used transportation funding that came with restrictions that we must sell those
And
properties.
that's not going to change.
It's not going to change, whether 2 weeks or 2 months.
Right,
with all
that
respect.
won't change. But if there's a group that's out there that wants to purchase it for affordable housing or for one of the uses that the Surplus Land Act, maybe they're able to call
They absolutely can submit a proposal
So to the mayor's
this.
point, is there any harm in continuing this for 2 weeks? Is there going to
We just slow things down 2
absolutely
weeks.
no.
All right, why don't we do a 2-week continuance?
Thank you. Thank you.
To continue for 2 weeks.
All right,
Thank you.
motion and a second by Iglesias. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, motion carries. We've done the rest of the consent calendar. Now, let me see, what do we have on the business? Hey, that's it, we continue 65A and B.
You have 80A that you have to
80A.
do, right?
If we can continue 88, please.
You want to continue 80A?
I'll move to continue.
All right, let's continue that. So I'll second it. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. 85A, is there any difficulty with moving forward on that?
I have a question. That's
Sure.
the one with extending the lease, right?
Right,
For the
for the college.
For the college. I don't know, have we heard from the parks, National Parks?
Yes, Councilmember Iglesias, we have heard today from the National Park Service that they will allow us to have a license extension for 2 years, up to 2 years. So we can move forward to bring it back to you all to decide if that is what you want to do, whether it's a 1 year or a 2 year or no extension. So we did hear verbally from them today. They will be sending a letter in the next couple of days confirming that in writing.
Since it was not my item, I'd like to recommend two things. One, let's do it 2 years so it's not back at us immediately. The Park Service saying that's okay. That way the college can plan classes and have students out there and all that. But also maybe if anybody wants to be on a committee to try to figure this out. So we don't need even 3, but if a couple folks want to take a lead or whatever. Councilman Solari, I see you nodding your head yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, along those lines, and I know we've started to get some feedback from the federal government that they're willing to do 2 years, but I think part of the reason why we have the problem that we have is we revisit this issue every 1, 2, or 3 years, and we don't really have a
we're not able to
discussion to close.
But right now,
short-term and
Lou Correa
long-term.
is there,
so
and he's very aggressive.
I'm fine with the action, but we do need an ad hoc committee, and I know that Councilwoman Cecilia Iglesias is very involved and interested. I'm interested as well, but we do need to figure out that side. There's
Do you
also been
prefer 1
proposals
year to
made
put
by-
more pressure on us?
Yes.
I'm fine with 2 years just because things take longer.
They do take longer.
But whether 1 year or 2.
I'd say 2 years, but let's do the ad hoc.
Yeah, but do
committee.
the ad hoc.
Do you want to serve, council member?
No, because I just don't feel, just like we had the Park Santiago Neighborhood Association here speaking, the neighbors, I don't think we've heard from the neighbors close to Centennial Park what their needs are, what our needs are, because that's where I live. And I know we've been impacted, so I'm not in agreement with extending it for 2 years. If anything, maybe just a year, but at the most. But I just feel that we have neglected that neighborhood, that area for the longest time. And if the college really wanted to do something, they could go to Godinez. They have the school there. They could go to other schools within Santa Unified School District if they wanted to. So I just feel as residents of that around that area, we haven't been given that voice. And I'm not in favor of extending it at all, because I just feel we need to start looking at ways how we're going to utilize the park for the common good, for the community. And I just feel it's been unfair representation of the community there on the west end of Santa Ana.
And Mayor, I want to remind you wouldn't be approving an extension tonight. You'd be giving staff direction because we
Right.
need to prepare necessary documents and work with our
Right.
department director.
I think, we have to work with the community and with the college. Why don't we do 1 year? It'll put more pressure on us to try to get it done, and hopefully we have it done in a year. So let's give direction if everybody agrees. We have a motion and a second just to give direction. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Just one final comment. The feds may say, though, you know what, you guys keep coming back every 1, 2, 3 years causing nothing but questions and heartache. They may want to give us 2 just so we can really figure it out this time.
Can you
this isn't the first
prepare both?
extension we get.
Prepare both, and then we'll decide in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Mayor Polito and Council, if you can clarify, who was the first and second?
I was the second. I think the mayor was
I
the
was
first.
the first. And the third. No, I'm kidding. All right. So let's, what's our next item? City manager, brief comments?
I'd like to congratulate
really quick. That wasn't a wait, was that was the vote, right?
It was a
No, we
direction.
didn't vote
They're
on
gonna come back
it.
and-
We'll be preparing it.
Oh, okay. Got it. Good.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just congratulate our Public Works Agency for being awarded $7.2 million by the state's Active Transportation Program.
Thank you. Councilor Vince Sarmiento?
Thank you, Mayor. And it's been a long night, so I'm going to keep it really short. I just want to thank staff for being as patient as they've been. This was a lot to manage. Thank you for accommodating the speakers and the residents and people who attended. Good thinking on the heaters. Maybe we get a larger venue next time, I'm not sure, but hopefully we won't have too many of these. The only thing I did want to tell staff as well is thank you for these past few months of some very difficult times, right? And I know when I go up to the 8th floor, sometimes it looks like an unrecognizable place. And so for those of you who are doing double time, double duty, assuming roles that you didn't expect to assume, responsibilities that you didn't have before, thank you for doing that. We hope that up here we can try to settle this down very quickly but I know it's a very unsettling time. So I just wanted to thank you because I don't get to see all of you on a daily basis, but on behalf of the residents, I want to thank you for everything that you do. Good night.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just want to echo council members' comments about the staff. Great work. Thank you for all that you do. Really appreciate it. And, the public is very thankful also.
Thank you. Councilmember Solorio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a couple things. First, I want to thank Julie, who's also in the audience, and I know in addition to working for many of her regular type of projects, she's getting excited about 150 years of history in Santa Ana and has been working individually with council members to see what ideas and thoughts we might have. And I know she's working with some of the nonprofits that want to take a leadership role in the community. The Downtown Business Council and Santa Ana Business Council, as well as the Heritage Museum. I want to thank her, and I know that the staff's also figuring out how to bring back an action so we can do some things to commemorate that history, probably with some activities here at City Hall, but also with some public events. And I think there's people excited about that in Santa Ana, but there's a lot of people just countywide that started here in Santa Ana or have deep and dear connection. So some of these parties need to be, or festivities need to be, countywide. And so I do want to thank her and the rest of the staff and my colleagues for helping with that inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Penalosa.
Yeah, I just wanted to, it's been a busy month. Me and along with most of my colleagues were able to participate in the TET Parade to bring in the Lunar New Year, Year of the Pig. So it was nice to go out there to Little Saigon and enjoy those festivities with our community. I got sworn into the Transportation Corridor Agency last week, so that's something that I'm looking forward to, giving our city a voice on that board. And also had the opportunity to meet with one of our newest congressmen, Harley Ruda, along with Councilmember Solorio, which is good. To all due respect to our Congressman Lou Correa, but there's also 40,000 of our residents that live in Harley Ruda's district. So it's important to really make sure that we're covered.
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Pero sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
esquinita de mi hueso, que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
vas a olvidar? Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor. Corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor. Corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, yo tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amor, corazón. Sé de amor. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo, yo te tengo pena, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
vas a olvidar? Yo he tenido tanto tiempo. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo, yo te tengo pena, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
las esquinitas de mi hueso, que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
If you can please stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you can remain standing, our police chaplain is going to give us our invocation.
If you join me in prayer. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity tonight to begin, God, in your throne room. To come boldly before your throne, Lord, and find help and grace in our time of need. God, and certainly we acknowledge that the concerns that we raised tonight and the issues that will be considered, God, Father, will affect lives and ours and those of our neighbors. So, Lord, you tell us that we can come and seek you out and find, Lord, your plans and your purposes. You tell us in your word that as we acknowledge you in all of our ways, that you'll direct our steps. You just call us to walk in humility, God, to seek your will, and we'll find it. So, Lord, we come and ask that you would give us the grace to do those things tonight. That you would be with the decisions that are made, Lord, that God, you would overshadow all those things, and in the end, God, we would find your perfect will for ourselves, for our neighbors, for our city, God. That we would live in peace, Lord, and in full acknowledgement of our Savior who came and lived and died and rose again. So bless this time together tonight. We be with all those who are speaking, God. And Father, may, Lord, your will win out in the end. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. I'm going to entertain a motion right now to continue item 65A and 65B.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a
continue.
second?
I'll second.
There's a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. So it's been continued for 2 weeks.
65A and B.
65A and B. If anybody's here to speak on that, you can go home. Because even before the consent calendar, we're going to get into the main event. We're going to go about 50 rounds. Now, I don't know how many speakers we have, but we have a lot of speakers. And this is 75E. We've already opened up the public hearing previously, and then I temporarily suspended the meeting so we could continue today. So let's go ahead and start with Peter Adame, followed by Jason Venable, I believe both from Park Santiago. And if they're outside, if somebody could get them outside and let them in so they can speak. Also, Timo Ketolog, Ketolg, and Patricia Bricken. Anybody here? Peter here? Jason here? Timo here? Patricia here? Come on up and speak. Madam Clerk, if you can bring the other mic down. Can they hear outside? Do you know? They can? Okay. Please go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Patricia Bricken. I am the daughter of the late former Mayor Gordon Bricken. I am here to talk about the architecture about this project. I believe it is a very poor design. It does not belong in this area. None of these buildings around there even have any kind of resemblance to that. And it goes right from this project to single-story family dwellings right next to it. It is a big eyesore, a 6-story building right next to a single-story building, right just down 100 feet away. And it's very poor design. It's futuristic. It does not belong in this area of the city. fits more in line with the South Coast area or someplace in Irvine. And it will, within a decade or so, it will be obsolete. It's a fad. It is a fad design, and it will be obsolete. When my father had the job of determining the architecture of the train station that we all know and love today, he had the forethought to think about what it would be in 20, 30 years, and to make sure it was relevant today as it was 40 years ago when it was built. 40 years from now, this building will be very obsolete and will be an eyesore and a sore thumb to the area and a blight. So I would encourage you to turn down this building, if not for the other items that are going to be presented, but for also the architecture, and maybe having another building that blends in more to the current architecture of the apartment and the townhouses in the area. Have a good night.
Thank you, Patricia. Ruben Navarrete, followed by Ruben Garcia. And meanwhile, I assume that Peter Adame, Jason Van Abel, and Timo are not here. Please go ahead, Ruben.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ruben Garcia, and I'm a member of the local Union Local 652. I'm here tonight to voice my support for that Arlington project. This project will provide local jobs that will allow construction workers like myself that live here in the area to spend less time on the road and more time with our families. As a construction laborer, we go where the work is, and sometimes that can be as far as Los Angeles, San Diego, even in the Inland Empire. I ask for your support for this project that will allow me and some other co-workers to spend more time with our families and less time in the road.
Thank you, Ruben Garcia. Thank you. Glenda Newcomer. Desiree Hernandez. Anybody outside maybe making sure that these folks are not out there? Jasmine Diaz.
Do I get this?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Desiree. I am 22 and I'm a single mother, and I am for this project. I believe this project is setting up a base for families to start and for families to grow. This project is offering so many opportunities to individuals like me who are seeking and need close proximities to their homes. This location offers opportunities, and if I was given the opportunity to be a tenant, this establishment, then I would use our public transportation, so it would be one less car on the road and one less car causing traffic throughout the day. And think of others who would do the same. I feel that that the individuals against the project aren't looking at the big picture. Santa Ana has always been in constant growth as a major city and is showing no sign of slowing down. Mentalities need to change. I understand that you guys have been working hard to establish a utopia for yourselves, but maybe you need to step back and look around at the bigger picture. If there was more people with the same mentality as you, then the land we are standing on will have never been established and would still be farmland. It wouldn't be homes to 40,000 individuals. You're taking away opportunities from single moms, college students, small families, roommates, because you lack change and lack perspective.
Donald Sepulveda. Mark Willett. Followed by Grant Herridge, H-E-R-I, maybe Herringer. Followed by Suzanne Hernandez. Patty Mays. Sure, some of these folks aren't outside. Maybe I could give the clerk these names and make sure that they're not outside. But Patty Mays.
She's coming.
Got it.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and council people. I've been in front of you many, many times since the first meeting that we had at the Discovery Cube, where over 500 neighbors showed up to say that this is not the project for this corner. And none of the opposition that's here tonight were there then. I want to say that I've lived in Park Santiago over 30 years. Park Santiago is not against unions. My family has many union members. We're not against development. We're against this project. We're not against change. We don't live in a utopia. We understand what change is. We just want the correct change, okay? Park Santiago is against high-density this project at 2525 because within a half-mile radius of this project, there are 3,700 apartments going in. Main Place, Town and Country, and the 22 freeway. And I know that that these things couldn't be they could not be included when you did the environmental impact study, but you know about it. We've explained it to you that this is going in, so you need to keep that in mind. We want a responsible development at this site. The development bought this property knowing it was zoned for professional use, not for 476 high-density apartments. Please listen to your planning commission and vote no on this project.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say, let's let speakers speak, and there's not a rally. It's not a who can clap the loudest. If you really want to do something, do this or whatever, something supportive and silent. And we'll continue. So 1 through 20, if people know, if they're 1 through 20, come on up. Right now, I'm at number 16, but if you're between 1 and 20 and you know it, come on down, tell me your name, and I'll let you speak. And right now, Mark Angel is to be followed by Alan Fuller. Go ahead. Give me your name, please.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Mark Engel. I've lived in Park Santiago for 42 years. So we've heard from the developer. He wants to build this building, get his money, and he's gone.
Speak up as much as you can.
All right. The developer wants to get his money back, build his project. The labor union wants to build the project so they have jobs. The people that spoke about renting the apartments, they don't aspire to be a permanent resident, so all these things are temporary. But if you vote against us tonight, that's a permanent, and it's a permanent we have to live with forever. Also, when I was young, we lived in South Santa Ana by the college, and my grandparents lived in Orange. To get to Orange, we had to drive up Flower Street, stop, cross 2 lanes of highway going south, 2 lanes of highway going north. There was no main bridge. So traffic never gets better, it only gets worse. And I think this is going to be causing us a major problem, as soon as it's finished. Thank you.
No clapping, just go like this. Alan Fuller, followed by Gus Herrera.
Yes, my name is Alan Fuller.
I've lived in Park Santiago for 42 years with Mark. Our neighborhood, 1,200 homes, would be overwhelmed by 475 apartments right in our neighborhood. We have no buffer. They're going to be there. You can't avoid them. The staff has reported on these 7 other high-density projects that are underway, and there's an additional 1,900 at Main Place. I don't think we need to have this size of a development in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Gus? Gus Herrera, followed by Ruth Keller. And after that, anybody that's between 20 and 30, I know you all have numbers. You're welcome to come on in if you're between 20 and 30. If we have Ruth Keller, we'll go to her. If not, is David Salton in?
There it is.
Come on down, David, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and my fellow residents of Santa Ana. My name's David Slayton, and my wife and I looked for a long time choosing a home before finding the gem that is Park Santiago. As has been made vividly clear, it is a beautiful, quiet, friendly, ethnically rich neighborhood community with a long and rich history. While there are restaurants and shopping close by, it is a charm of its own, and we were so glad to be able to become part of it. We see that charm now under attack by a rich LA developer who wants you, City Council, to change the rules and Santa Ana's city plans for him. We residents of your city are asking you respectfully and from our hearts to leave the city plan as it is designed and as your planning commission urged you to, and save the heritage of our community from being lost forever. My family lived for years in Irvine, and we watched that city grow. While we did not dwell on the way that city council tenaciously adhered to their plan, we now see they were wise to do so. That city, while adding many high-density housing projects, adamantly kept them from encroaching on the many established single-family communities. Our family took for granted that was their mission and duty of the elected officials. Tonight, we hope that we can see the same adherence to duty in the city council that we now call home. I know I will be labeled a no-growth NIMBY for urging you to keep the current plan, but that's not the case. I am pro-growth. And these fine construction workers that we see in this room need and should have well-paying projects to work on. And fortunately, there are many such projects now or soon to be underway within a half mile of our neighborhood. Those locations make so much more sense than this one. Further, the 2525 property is well located for development within the current city plan to provide office space for thousands of people who live nearby and the thousands more who will be here soon in those other projects. Do we have to force all high-tech employers to locate to our south? I think this location would be an excellent step to attracting these type businesses right here. We've seen the developer's movie, and I don't think that the Addington is a bad project. It is just the wrong project for this location.
Thank you, David. If you could conclude.
Thank you for listening.
Did it. Let's let Carol continue. Carol Salton or Slayton?
Slayton, yes.
I think you know David.
No, I've never met him.
Never met him.
No. Anyway, I'm kind of appalled that the council member whose residents and voters are directly impacted by this project isn't even here. He's not listening to us. Where is he? 2 weeks ago, he left for an hour to eat dinner. Didn't listen to us. Why are we doing this? That's just appalling. Anyway, I've been a resident of Santa Ana for 2 years now, a resident of Irvine for 30 years. As my husband said, we chose this place. Our neighbors are amazing, the nicest people we've ever seen. And Irvine is building lots of high rises, but none near single-family residents. Irvine knows the importance to protect, respect, and preserve their existing neighborhoods. Santa Ana needs to do the same if it wants the status and respect that they deserve. We need that in Santa Ana. We need to respect that. We know that the EIR traffic study was flawed and cannot be defended, even by the traffic engineer at the Planning Commission who tried to explain about that there's no impact. Main Street and the other streets in our neighborhood will be blocked. We also realize that an office building would produce traffic, but in the opposite direction of the residents. And this is an important detail that wasn't even addressed. Also, the idea of millennials not using their cars and using other modes of transportation is preposterous. I know, I have 2 millennials. Recent studies in San Francisco and other cities have proven that traffic is worse than before, with additional Lyft, Uber, and delivery vans. And I emailed you a copy of that to each one of you so you can see the exact 160% more traffic because the millennials are using Lyft and Uber and still have their cars. From an economic standpoint, there are 3,700 high-end apartments within a half a mile of this. Where would these people work? If you take away prime, professional, and office space. We need this as prime office space.
Can you please conclude, Carol?
Okay, please do not rezone. This development should be elsewhere, and the union's workers can still work. We're not taking that away from any of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Reese, followed by Frank Lopez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chris Reese. I'm the Orange County Business Council's Vice President for Workforce and Economic Development and also a resident of Floral Park. On behalf of OCBC, I'm happy to provide our organization's support for the Addington tonight. As the region's leading voice for business and economic development, we believe and have a vested interest in this project's success and long-term economic benefits for the city and the region. Our state faces a critical housing need. We strongly believe that a diverse housing market is critical to our long-term success and viability. In fact, OCBC met last week with Governor Newsom, who discussed the Huntington Beach lawsuit and the need for every city to step up and build housing in the region to meet our state-mandated requirements. In the absence of housing, many members of our talented workforce will end up living and working outside of this region. Projects like the Addington help for our long-term economic success for Orange County. Further, as a resident and a parent of 2 young Santiago turtles, I'm very concerned that the lack of housing mix and the lack of innovative blend in our community will mean that our children won't have a place to live and work and won't find a home in Santa Ana in the future. And I'd like my students to be able to, or my children to be able to live near me. We cannot afford to turn aside revenue and housing growth that the Addington and projects like it in the future will generate. Therefore, on behalf of the Orange County Business Council and myself as a resident of Santa Ana, I urge you to approve the Addington and consider the positive economic benefits that it brings to our town. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Frank Lopez, followed by Giles Candy. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Frank Lopez, and I am a Santiago resident. Now, the reason why I'm here, we've been here for I don't know how many months now, and I've learned a lot. The democratic system that we have here is really great, that we could speak our minds. There should be no animosity for anything. But I do have a problem. I sat here during the Planning Commission meeting. In that Planning Commission meeting, and the planners, the experts that are city paid employees, each and every one are experts in their field of planning. And I cannot understand, you put commissioners out there to listen, and they're supposed to feed back to you. The feedback that came from the Planning Commission said no to this project. And I don't understand. These are experts. These are city employees. We pay good money. Their expertise. Looking at you people here at the moment, I honestly don't know what expertise you come with, because you put a commission, you picked them, but you will not listen. The report is already out. Look, if you lose this project, you know what the future of Santa Ana is. There are some big projects coming on here. There are no losers here. There will be no losers. The unions will have plenty of work coming down the road, and people with affordable housing will have a bigger chance with bigger revenue to get affordable housing. But if this plan goes through, I'll tell you, I just can't believe you would do it, especially when you...
Keep going.
I can't believe, see, that's the kind of stuff that we have to put up with. But look, what I'm talking about is for all of us. You took an oath, and you took that oath, it was for the city of Santa Ana.
Please conclude, Ralph.
Okay.
Frank, conclude.
Yes. You took an oath and said, I will uphold the city mandates and whatever are there, okay? You said it. You took the pledge. Are you going to turn against that? And the residents, we put you in office. Okay.
Thank you, Frank.
That's all I have to say, and I am against it, and I have nothing against anybody else in here.
Next speaker. Is that Candy, correct?
Hi, my name is Kristen Candy. My husband Giles is traveling for work and unable to attend tonight. I am a resident of Park Santiago, and we are opposed to this development project. I'd like to draw your attention to some data points and the impact that the density of this project will have on the community. According to current Santa Ana data, the current population density of Park Santiago is 2,600 people per square mile. Using the developer's proposed occupancy, which I actually believe to be understated, in order for people to pay the rents on this proposal, the occupancy will be much higher than proposed. But using those proposed occupancy numbers, this development would increase the population density to over 100,000 people per square mile. That's equivalent to the population density of Manhattan. We are not opposed to development, we are not opposed to unions, but the size of this project is not the right one for our single-family residential neighborhood. Thank you for taking time to ensure that all sides are heard. Thank you to your planning commission and the members that you put on that commission to listen to all sides and to come to the conclusion that rezoning this space and this project is not the right one for this community. And I urge you to please vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Jeff Black, followed by Robert P. Jeff not here. Robert not here. Sylvia Posada, followed by Eric Moll.
Good evening. My name is Silvia Posada, and I have been living in Park Santiago for 5 years. We moved to Park Santiago after live 10 years in Irvine, and I really have concerns moving from Irvine to Santa Ana. And I got a big surprise when I started living in Park Santiago, because I found a community that is not easy to find. We found friends, and they are acting like a family now. So nobody understands what it means to live in Park Santiago if you are not living in Park Santiago. I have been listening for some people that they are talking about the opportunity to live on the luxury apartments. Well, they should be asking for places to work so they can afford to pay luxury apartments. I'm totally opposed of the project, and I think we need office buildings that provide quality jobs for the people that are already living in Santa Ana. And I think it's your responsibility to take care of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Moll. Now I'm on numbers 31 through 40. So that's the next batch, 31 through 40. Is Eric Moll here? Followed by Mike Ovalle.
Mr. Solaria, are you going to listen?